Alright, we're back on this game today. What day is today? Is today Friday? Today is 100% Friday, right? So, yep, Friday. Friday, June 26th. So yeah, we're gonna be playing this because I gotta do the event. I'm gonna do both chapters 2 and 3 of this event, so give me a sec. Let me just check audio here. All right, good. Okay, so let's go over here. We're gonna be doing chapters 2 and chapters 3. Yep, I knew. Hold on. Let me just quickly. There we go. And oh wait, it's already on. Okay, so do not disturb, it's already on. Okay, so let's get to it. We'll see if I'm in the mood to do chaos. We'll see if I'm in the mood to do that. So hold on. I might just be doing the stories today because I kind of want to get some sleep. Because I'm tired. I was like dead tired during the stream yesterday. Okay, familiar guest. What happened in the last one? In the last chapter? I don't remember. It's been a month since I've done the last chapter. They say life's journey is full of unexpected encounters. That's what I thought when the Special Investigations Department came to the SS Identity to investigate the Chaos Order. Oh yeah, I completely forgot this is voiced. Right. It's been a while, Yuki.
お元気そうで何よりです、艦長。今回テラシオンからカオス教団調査の協力要請を受けて駆けつけたのですが。
Mir looked around. Amid the stares from all directions, hardly any seems friendly.
どうやら歓迎されていないようです。
Give me a sec here. Okay.
仕方ないよ。エディニティでユスティティア出身の印象がいいわけないっしょ。古くからのライバル関係じゃん。ジジイたちにも聞いたことあるな。
Oh yeah, Adelheid is here. Yeah, I think, yeah, I skipped her, right? So, because I am pretty low on funds. I'm still low on funds right now, so... I hear that Adelheid is a pretty good support, or a pretty good pairing with Yuki there, so... If I ever do get Adelheid, I might just make a team with her and Yuki on the same team together. Adelheid muttered and stuck close behind Amir. Anxiety dwelled in her wandering eyes.
あまり心配しないで、アーデル。何があっても守るから。
それより事件現場はどこ？カオスと手を組んだ悪い奴らの捜査ならうちらが専門だからね。早く案内してよね、艦長。
Inside moving vehicle, Adelheid seems somewhat deflated. Are you okay? As soon as I spoke, Adelheid flinched in surprise and clung to Amir again. Noticing how tense Adelheid was, Amir gave a bitter smile and patted her head.
申し訳ございません、艦長。アーデルは特に人の敵意に敏感なのです。 子供は時に大人より鋭い感を発揮します。
What do you mean hostility? While Amir didn't elaborate further, her eyes were still heavy with worry. The hostility toward those from the rival ship might have been too much for young Adelheid to handle. Oh, that rivalry.
エディニティ号に滞在する間、何もないといいのですが。
アミール、あんたそんなこと言うとフラグになるよ。
部長、何を言ってるんですか？
While they kept arguing loudly, I quietly leaned toward Adelheid. Adelheid tilted her head confused, and I pulled a chocolate bar out of my pocket. Somehow, thanks to a certain someone, I always end up carrying these around, but in moments like this, I'm glad I do. And here's a simple hand trick. The chocolate bar disappeared from my palm in an instant. Adelheid's eyes widened. I smiled at Adelheid, her eyes now sparkling, and pulled the chocolate bar out again.
艦長は騎士様じゃなくて魔法使いさんなの？高い塔で暮らす魔法使いさん。
No, I'm just a captain. It's just a little trick I picked up along the way, but seeing her reaction makes it all worthwhile. Next time, I'll show you something even more amazing. Adelheid nodded with lively eyes. Munching on the chocolate bar, she now seems a bit more relaxed. Children can be more sensitive than adults, but sometimes that works in their favor. Because they can find great happiness in small things. Seeing this, Amir smiled at me and gave me a slight nod. I nodded back and turned my gaze out the window. But really, I seriously hope nothing bad happens. If nothing else, there was something about what Amir said that bothers me. Alright, let's see. Episode 2, New Friend.
うわー、ここがあのステラステージか。確かにこれは有名になるね。
Yuki said, looking around. The huge concert hall, reminiscent of a stadium, looked almost majestic.
四方にカオスがはびこるこのご時世に、公演だの音楽だの、のんきすぎではないかと思いますが。
何言ってんの？こういう時こそロマンが大事なんだから。戦争は人を疲弊させる。息抜きするチャンスすらないとみんな枯れちゃうよ。エディニティ号は、ちょっとやりすぎかなとは思うけど、その必要性まで否定することはないんじゃない？
Give me a sec. Let me just quickly. Okay. There we go. Should be good. Let me go check. Yep. Okay, everything looks fine. Okay. Where were we? She's right, even in records from the destroyed Earth, accounts of morale-boosting singers during wartime are widespread. For those fighting on the front lines, this kind of stage might actually give them strength.
確かに、テネブレアとアリア、お二人の名声は私もよく耳にします。アイドル文化は私にはさっぱりですが。
そうやってあっという間に時代遅れの人間になるんだよ。アミール、最近の若者のトレンドって変化が早いんだからね。
部長、私とあまり年齢も離れていないじゃありませんか。
心の問題だよ。心の問題。
Adelheid looked up at the building and let out a gasp of awe.
すごい。ほら、アーデルもワクワクしてるじゃん。早く入って中を見させてあげようよ。
Weren't we here to investigate?
わざわざ仕事と趣味を分ける必要なくない？
They were just saying the SS identity is naive and all that, but it seems she's just as naive, if not more. Yuki spent the entire day searching the performance venue and its surroundings, but didn't find any leads.
本当にエディニティ号の中にカオス教団ってあんの？
そこは聖戦十字会とエディニティ号のクロスチェック済みです。そしてつい最近発生したカオスの開花にて異常なパターンが見られたのも事実。誰かが介入していたことは間違いありません。
That's why we requested your cooperation.
一般的に見られるカオス教団の動きとは違うんだけどな。あいつらってここまで隠密に動いてたっけ？エディニティ号も甘い甘い言われてるけどバカじゃないよ。自分たちの縄張りでカオス関連の現象が起きたのに全く尻尾をつかめないほど間抜けじゃないって。内側から腐ってんなら話は別だけど。
つまり協力者がいるということですね。
いやー、例えばの話だよ。ユスティティア号でエディニティ号の裏切り者を探し出そうとする。それってただの喧嘩売りでしょ？喧嘩嫌い。いや、例えばだよアーデル。本当にそんなことにはならないから。大丈夫大丈夫。うちが守ってあげる。
艦長、少しアーデルをお願いできますでしょうか。しばらく私と部長は別行動を取ります。
What are you planning to do?
専門委員会で話を聞こうかと思います。部長の勘は無視できないので、直接訪ねて調べたら何か手がかりが見つかるかもしれません。ただ
I understand. Simply visiting the place could put a burden on Adelaide. After all, it's a meeting between bitter rivals. The atmosphere won't be pleasant. Got it. Come back safely. Still, it's not like the two of us have a lot to chat about or anything. Adelaide, sitting in a chair inside the performance venue, is reading a storybook in silence. I quietly observe her from the side. How should I put this? Amir and Yuki tried not to go into details, but from Adelaide, I can see the defense mechanisms typical of a hurt child. She distorts reality as she perceives it and is sensitive to hostility around her. I don't want to pry into what she's been through. While I'm thinking all this, Adelaide suddenly speaks to me. Huh? Well, I know it takes considerable courage for such a child to speak up first like this. Of course. Adelaide smiles brightly at my response.
ありがとう、艦長。アミールお姉ちゃんの他にも友達作りたかった。
You have Yuki too.
ユキお姉ちゃんは好きだけど、でも時々怖い。
Let's keep this a secret from Yuki. I'm afraid of her reaction. I heard there's a library nearby. You want to go there?
図書館好き。行こう。
I walk down the corridor holding Adelaide's hand, her eyes gleaming with excitement. I'm glad she's brightened up. It feels like she's regained some childlike innocence. Though I accidentally bumped into someone coming around the corner because I was holding her hand. The girl who bumped into Adelaide fell straight to the floor. Objects that look like performance props scatter in all directions. The girl spoke casually with a smile, but Adelaide's gaze was fixed on the storybook ruined by the spilled paint.
ごめんなさい。アデルは悪い子じゃないです。ごめんなさい。
Adelaide shows no sign of calming down. Seeing that she's reliving some kind of trauma, I immediately check on her. Adelaide, relax.
お兄さん、ちょっと。
The girl tapped my back as I was about to say something and pushed me aside. Then she gently holds Adelaide's trembling hand.
アデルって言ったよね。大丈夫。あなたは何も悪くないよ。アーデルは悪い子じゃないよ。だから安心して。誰もアーデルをいじめないから。
As the girl speaks in a warm voice, Adelaide's trembling gradually subsides.
もう落ち着いた？よかった。
The girl stood up with a bright smile and cheerfully picked up the scattered performance props around her. How did you do that?
子供がああいう反応を見せる理由は大体わかってるので、どんな言葉を聞いたら安心するかもわかるんです。辛いことをたくさん経験した子なんですね。そうだ、これも何かの縁だし、自己紹介でもしましょうか。私はクララ。今回のステラステージの企画パートで働いています。テネブレアさんとアリアさんを誰よりもキラキラと輝かせる仕事です。
Nice to meet you, Clara.
あなたもよろしくね、アーデル。クララ。アーデルもよろしくね。
Okay, let's see. Oh, okay. Move it. Anyone who falls behind gets thrown straight to the airlock. If you want to swim in space without equipment, feel free to slack off. Oh, was Adelaide a prisoner of pirates? What's Kid doing here? Did we always have a kid on our pirate ship? Remember when we captured those prisoners from that civilian transport that crashed a while back? She came along with them. The boss told us to grab everything, so we did, but those big pirates around Elvera won't deal in slaves, apparently. Acting all high and mighty when they're criminals just like us. Hey, move, you think we'll go easy on you just because you're a kid? Oh, are you deaf or something? Leave her be, she's been like that the whole time. When her ship crashed, it took her parents' lives with it. She must be in shock from all that. No matter what you do, she won't react. Seriously, then what are we supposed to do? You'll have to carry her, obviously. Damn it. The pirate clicked his tongue and picked up Adelaide, tucking her under his arm. His gaze briefly lingered on Adelaide's limp face. What creepy eyes. The cargo hold of the pirate ship, packed with prisoners and slaves, is filled with a gloomy silence. In the hold where light barely reaches, they survive on occasionally distributed rations. The dark, cramped space reeking of death was a place that broke people's wills. From among them, the eerily quiet girl exuded an even more desperate feeling. The pirate clicked his tongue at the sight of Adelaide lying motionless like a corpse with dead eyes. Here, eat. You can't starve to death, so eat. If you don't eat, I'll pry your mouth open and shove it in. Seriously, did they really have to make me babysitter? Hey, if you die, it's my responsibility, so just eat. Maybe that'd be better. The pirate flinched hearing her, probably because it was the first time hearing her talk. So you can talk after all. Adel is a bad child. Because Adel is a bad child, the people around her died. So maybe it's better to just let Adel die. What are you on about now? Has she lost her mind? Just leave me alone. Bad children need to be punished. If it weren't for me, Mom and Dad would. Pirate sighed as he watched Adelaide's face turn pale. She immediately covered her mouth as if she had remembered something. Jeez. Still wet behind the ears, yet you're all doom and gloom. Hey, wait a second. Let's see. I'm sure there was something I picked up. The pirate rummaged through his pockets and pulled something out. A book? When you have weird thoughts, read this instead. Adelaide stared blankly at the fairy tale book the pirate held out. Why this? Because if you die, the boss will chew me out. Just take it. If you start talking like that again, you can forget about food, because I'll toss you into space. Alright, I got it. The small fingers that had been still began to fumble across the worn paper. Okay, let's see. Part 2. Hey, huh? How did you pull that off? What do you mean? The kid was a walking corpse, now look at her. The pirate who spoke pointed at Adelaide. She's still cautious and easily startled, but compared to before, she looks much livelier. All I did was bring her some fairy tale books and chat with her a few times. Kids are simple like that, that's all you have to do, and they think you're their friend. You didn't actually really become friends, did you? Seems like you've been looking after her. Of course not. First of all, she's got nothing to do with me. Exactly, so don't get too attached to her. The boss said he's selling off all the prisoners this time. Who knows what'll happen to that kid, but she won't be staying here. Is that right? Unlike those Elvera idiots who pretend to be noble, I heard these siren folk are pretty active in human trafficking. I heard that they drag people into chaos and abandon them so they can escape when things get dangerous. In other words, they're sacrifices. Even a little kid like that. I don't know, they'll figure out how to use her. Hey, I'm just asking in case, but you're not getting any funny ideas, are you? Go stay and watch, idiot. Funny ideas my ass. Streets of an Ark where a certain transaction is supposed to take place. Sirens, shouts, and the frantic pounding of countless footsteps echo through the darkness. There was a pirate below running with Adol tucked under his arm. What's happening? Well, how do I put this? Damn it. Right, you like fairy tales, don't you? We're going on an adventure right now. This pirate is a pretty, decent guy, I guess, for being a pirate. We're in a fairy tale going on an exciting adventure to a place where you can meet your friends. We're going on an adventure. Yep, it's gonna be so fun. Just keep running straight down this road, you can do that, right? At the end, there's, what was it again? The things you like. A bluebird, animal friends. Well, stuff like that will be waiting for you. So don't look back, just run. But what about you? What about me? Will we meet again? Is it because Adol is a bad child? Is that why I can't see you again? Is something bad gonna happen to you like with mother and father because I'm a bad child? I don't want to say goodbye to a friend who took me on an adventure. Ah, damn it, well. As if remembering something, the pirate rummaged through the bag he was carrying. What he pulled from the bag was an animal plushie, completely at odds with his rough appearance. On the name tag hanging around the plushie's neck, awkwardly scrawled letters read to Adelaide. Nothing bad is gonna happen to me, we just won't see each other for a little while. In the meantime, this fella here will stay with you instead. Teddy. Yeah, bear plushie. Think of it as me. Adelaide hugged the plushie tightly. Thank you, Mr. Bear. Alright. Keep that safe, it belonged to my little sister. If she hadn't gotten caught up in chaos, she would have been about your age. I probably wouldn't have become a pirate either if she were still alive. Well, that's enough chit-chat. Run, the adventure's waiting. Though hesitant, Adelaide ran down the night street. She kept looking back at the pirate as he watched her disappear into the distance. But the pirate simply waved his hand a few times as if to say it's okay. Shortly after, at the place where the pirate had been, gunshots, screams, and blood stained the night street. Good work on the trafficking crackdown, Chief. All that's left is to return and write a report. A child. Chief, over here. Oh, what's going on? There's a child collapsed over here. Looks like she escaped from the trafficking site. Oh no, she looks like she is in terrible shape. We need to get back quickly. Amir called for medical support. Understood, I'll take her. The unconscious girl clutched an old plushie tightly in her hand as if it were precious. Amir's eyes scanned the name tag hanging around the plushie's neck. Adelaide, is that your name? Don't worry, you're safe now. And that's how she ended up with Amir and Yuki. Ah, okay. Okay, let's see here.
ーデルはおとぎ話が好きなんだね。うん、寝る前は妖精さんが子守歌を歌ってくれるの。そして起きたら狼さんと遊びに行くよ。そうなんだ。やっぱり寝る前はポカポカふわふわがいいし、お昼は冒険がぴったりだよね。あなたわかってるね、アーデル。
She understood everything Adel said. You have to think pretty hard to understand about half of what Adelaide says. Yet Clara continues the conversation effortlessly as if she had a translator.
作者にとって想像力は大事な資産なんですよ、館長。完璧なステージを作り上げるためにこの程度の理解力は基本です。
Clara chuckled, smiling with confidence. That's a relief. Adelaide wanted to make friends, and now she met a girl like you.
それより私は館長の正体を知って驚きましたからね。本当にびっくりしましたよ。ナイトメア号の館長だなんて。私みたいな人間がこんなに慣れ慣れしく話しててもいいんでしょうか。
Don't worry about it. Friends of Adelaide are always welcome. As we continued our conversation, the communicator in my pocket suddenly rang.
館長、今どちらにいらっしゃいますか？
What's wrong?
すぐ委員会の方に来ていただけませんか？アーデルはなるべく同行させないようにお願いします。
If it wasn't a voice heralding good news. The atmosphere in the room was tense, ready to boil over. Yuki and Counselor Monica were locked in an intense standoff.
だから言ったでしょ。うちらは何もしてないって。
特捜部長、そちらの立場はよく分かっている。しかし、この件についてはどう説明するつもりだ。
Several files were scattered across the
あな
desk.
たたちが乗船してから、ユスティティア号で謎の事件が相次いでいる。眠りについた人々が、そのまま目を覚まさなくなった。運よく目を覚ました一部の証言によると、彼らは夢の中で襲われたらしい。何か心当たりはないか？特捜部の書類で関連の能力を持つ者がいるという情報を
アーデルハイトはそんなことをするような子ではありません。安易に疑うのは良くないと思いますが。
もちろん仲間としてはそう言いたいだろう。まだ証拠がないことは認める。しかしそもそもあの子の精神状態は正常ではないと聞いた。想定外の行動をしないと断言できる
か？おい、ババア。言葉には気をつけてほしいんだけど。
はあ？
Both of you, that's enough. I stepped between them, clutching my throbbing head. You might get into a brawl at this rate. I can vouch for Adelaide's alibi. Since boarding the SS Identity, Adelaide has always been with agents from the SID or the SS Nightmare, myself included. Attacking someone in a dream, that's impossible. It's possible this is a trap set by someone. Look into it carefully, Counselor Monica.
その制服と職位にかけておっしゃっているんですか、艦長。
As I nodded quietly, Monica let out a reluctant sigh.
とりあえずわかりました。です。
Her eyes turned cold as they looked at Yuki and
エ
me.
ディニティ号にいる間は迂闊な行動は控えた方がいいでしょう。専門委員会はあなたたちから目を離しませんので。
Bro, we didn't even do anything.
まだ。部長。行こう、艦長。もうここに用はないよ。
With that, Yuki and Amir left the counselor's office. That night, I went out for a walk and spotted Adelaide walking down the street. Without Yuki or Amir, she was walking alone, slowly, sluggishly. It's almost like she's sleepwalking. She's controlled by something. Oh. As I approached closer, I could see something black perched on her small shoulders. To brush it off, I carefully placed my hand on her shoulder while calling out to her. It's dangerous to walk around here. Oh. Before I could finish speaking, the moment my hand touched Adelaide's body, surrounding scenery changed in an instant. At first glance, it looked just like the night street of the SS Identity. However, it was a landscape that subtly lacked a sense of reality, as if I were in a dream. Adelaide's body flinched as if startled, and focus returned to her vacant eyes.
ここは友達がいる場所。館長は魔法使いさんだから入れたの？
Not exactly, it just sort of happened. It's not like I wanted to come in.
おかしいな。ここに来るつもりじゃなかったのに。何か変。友達が怖がってるみたい。違う友達が来たのかな。
Relax, you're safe even without your friends. This is how Adelaide perceives the world. I don't know if Adelaide created this space, but since she says her friends are here, it shouldn't be too dangerous. I'm more concerned about how this world is affected by Adelaide's mental state. Let's get out of here first.
私の友達にこんな子はいないのに。
It's okay, Adel. Let's call your friends. Alright, let's see here.
悪い狼さん捕まったりしない。悪い狼さん。
Tier 1 Doggy, 20% damage from mounted Doggy for every one blessing card in possession. Ooh, okay.
捕まったりしない。
Upgrade card? Yeah, well, let's start off with this one.
みんな幸せに暮らしましたとさ。悪い狼さんタコ祭りが始まったみたい。
What does her ult do? Shield, fix heal, equal to shield in possession. Oh, okay.
捕まったりしない。
This one, ooh.
悪い狼さん倒そう。ワンちゃん走って。
Damn, okay, that's pretty sick.
捕まったりしない。
Ooh.
一緒に絵本を読もう。悪い狼さん
Good enough, okay.
倒そう。
That was this one. Increase damage and shield gain amounts of Doggy and Teddy by 100% for one turn. Ooh, okay.
倒そう。捕まったりしない。
Blessing. Draw. Oh, okay.
悪い
Play 3 blessings, 3 random cards in draw pile, then draw one of those cards. I want to see what her ult is. Oh, okay, cool. Do this.
一緒に絵本を読もう。悪い狼さん倒そう。それ。捕まったりしない。本がバーン。消えちゃった。
Now it looks like we got out safely. Back on the streets of the SS Identity, I let out a sigh of relief along with Adelaide. That just now looked like a monster. Why would something like that be in Adel's world?
Oh yeah, Kancho.
Oh, it's this guy. I completely forgot about this guy.
こんな夜中にどうされましたか?
Counselor Rumil. Adelaide quickly hid behind me upon seeing an unfamiliar face. As I was patting her head to soothe her, Countess Rumil approached with a
ちょ
smile.
うどお話ししたい件がありましたので、お会いできてよかったです。この間のモニカ議員の件でお詫びがしたくて。近頃モニカ議員が神経質になっており、大変ご迷惑をおかけしました。
No, it's fine.
特捜部の方々はカオス教団を追跡していらっしゃると聞きました。私もエディニティ号にカオス教団が存在するわけがないと思っていたのですが、その件で聞いていただきたい話があります。
You want to tell me something?
はい。すでに感づいていらっしゃるかもしれませんが、内通者について。
Rumil's eyes then turned to Adelaide hiding behind me.
とお嬢さんが聞いている場所でする話ではありませんね。
Counselor Rumil bows with a kind smile.
こんばんは、お嬢さん。絵本を持っているね。そういうお話が好きかい？
Adelaide nodded in silence while avoiding his
そ
gaze.
れはよかった。これはそんなお嬢さんへのプレゼントだよ。
Rumil pulls out a transparent bag from his pocket. Inside is an animal-shaped cookie and a badge with a character from a storybook on it. The cookie is a different one from last time.
この前。ああ、はい、そうですね。チャリティー活動をしていると、いろいろなクッキーが必要になりますので。子供は未来の希望ですからね。いつも全力で大事にしてあげませんと。
Adelaide nodded as she accepted the cookie.
ありがとうございます。
いいよ。後で友達ができたら、その子にも分けてあげません。
You moved up from AK. No, I'm still doing Arknights. I'm still doing Arknights. I'm doing the new event in Arknights next week. I might be doing. I have so much things to catch up on. So yeah, I'm doing the Arknights thing next week. I'm planning on maybe doing a Limbus stream this weekend because I need to finish that one before the event ends. Oh god, and I also need to do the Refraction Railway too. I haven't done that yet, so I'll probably do that at some point. Maybe, hopefully maybe before the season ends, I guess. I'll do the Refraction Railway. Yeah, because I've been gone for a month, right? I missed the event. I missed the event on Star Savior. I missed that event because I was away. And I also missed an event on Trakauchi Go because I was away. So yeah. And I still need to do the events for Neverness to Everness. Star Savior 2. I know, dude. Yeah. I need to do the new event on Star Savior. Probably I'll do Star Savior stream maybe next week. And NT, yeah, dude. I have like 14 more days for the Neverness to Everness events, so I could like take my time with that one. Maybe I'll do it sometime next week if I have the time. I have so many things. This is what happens when I'm gone for a month. Too many things to do. I also have to do the chapter 2 and 3, which is what I'm doing for this one. For Chaos Zero. What else am I missing? I need to do a Mormon stream. I'll probably do it in the following weeks at some point. What else? I have a whole list here. Oh, I did my Reverse 99. Oh, Reverse 99 is getting an update next week. Fuck. Right. Need to do the Trakauchi Go event before. I think it's here until 16th of July. Yeah, Trakauchi. Yeah, I have to do the Trakal event. I have like so much stuff to do.
あと、館長。
Oh man, and not to mention, I also do want to play other games. Like other games that's not gacha. I want to do another stream of Songs of Six. That's a fun. I've been having fun with that game, so I want to play more of that game. So yeah, I got like so many events to catch up on.
少しお時間よろしいでしょうか。モニカ議員についてご報告があります。
Awesome. Okay. Oh, and not to mention I'm freaking tired. Because I've been gone for like a month. So I took a vacation in the Philippines, right? For a whole month. So so it's pretty much like a 12-hour difference over there. So yeah, I was supposed to take Monday off, but I thought Monday was Tuesday, so I didn't take a day off just to sleep. Oh, why Philippines of all? Oh, that because that's where my family is. Isn't it out there? It is, yeah, but that's where my family is. My cousins and my grandmother and my aunts and uncles. Plus, it's fine for me. I can actually handle like hot weather, so it's not really that big of a deal for me. Especially since I live up in Canada. So yeah, like the hot weather didn't really like bother me, but it's pretty fun though. I kind of liked it there. The beaches were great. I got to relax there. Yeah, it's been like I think how long ago was it? Was it 14 years ago since I've last been there? Yeah, I think that was like 14 years ago since I've last been there. So it was nice going back. I went to the house I stayed in when I was 12, I think, right? It was like a house being that was like being worked on at the time, and then like 14 years later, it's still being worked on. The only difference is that there's like a fence. There's like a fence around the building. And that there are windows on the there's now windows and doors on the second floor, so other than that everything else is pretty much like the same. It still looks like it's under construction. The bright side is that compared to when I was 12, there were lots of mosquitoes and I got bit a lot, so there isn't really much of a difference. I still got bit by mosquitoes at night because at night it does get like really hot, so we had to like open the windows. I'm not sure where the freaking nets are, the mosquito nets are, so we couldn't use that. So yeah, God, I hated the mosquitoes there, and I still hate them now. I can't handle anything above 80. Oh yeah. It was like, what was the hottest? I think it was like, what was it, 34 degrees, 34 degrees Celsius? 34, 35 or something. But yeah, I could like handle the heat. It's like not that big of a deal for me. On the bright side, I did get tanned, so. I went there like I went there pretty pale, I guess, and then I like came back and then I'm like all tan.
これは正直弁明の余地もないレベル
Yeah, the food there was really good. I kind of like all the food. I ate so much shupao. It's to put it in words, if you don't know what a shupao is, basically think of it as like a bun with like meat inside of it. So meat inside of it with like an egg too. So there's like many places that like sell shupao. Yuki said while examining the materials given by Counselor Rumil multiple times, all of them have to cheap. Oh yeah, they're pretty cheap. Yeah, they're not really that expensive. So yeah, I stayed at like this like my cousin's place. Well, it's technically a second place. They do technically live somewhere else. I'm pretty sure that's where they go live sometimes. And then I stayed a week in Iloilo City at this hotel. Place was great. The staff was very friendly. The furnishings in the hotel rooms were pretty decent. The AC was freaking nice though. Not gonna lie, the AC was freaking nice. Counselor Rumil recently contacted us and handed him over.
全部怪しい場所で怪しい人に会ってる記録じゃん。
A few days before I left, right, there was a massive storm, right? There was like a pretty big storm. It was like raining heavily. There was like so much thunder being sounded outside. It caused a blackout like late into the night. It was like so loud it like woke up. It woke up me, my aunt, and my mom. No typhoon, right? I don't think it was a typhoon, but it was like, but it was pretty like, it was pretty strong, the rain, right? And the thing is that it started flooding the upstairs, right? It was starting to flood the upstairs because upstairs there's like a balcony, and then through the door to the balcony it's the bedroom where we were staying in. So basically the rain was hitting the side of the door, right? So the water was like seeping through underneath the door and it was starting to flood the upstairs. So yeah, we caught that. So we managed to seal off the door before more water seeped in. Yeah, but then like after an hour like stopped. But yeah, but it's pretty but watching the thunder is pretty cool though.
内通者の存在が疑わしい状況で。
And since I was and since this place, right, the place where we were staying at, it's the place that still looks like it's under construction or still being developed. that building. So basically there was like not there was no Wi-Fi for me to like connect to do my dailies and stuff. So on my gacha games. And hotspotting was not an option. We had this like thing that lets us hotspot. That let us hotspot and stuff. So, but it's pretty like secluded, the place, right? So, getting bars there was kind of a challenge.
はい。
But other than that, like everything else was pretty fun. I ate at so many restaurants, visited so many places. Visited there's a lot of churches, right? There's lots of churches over there. Visited a bunch of like tourist places, different scenic routes and different sceneries.
この数日間、私たちが直接動いてクロスチェックも済ませましたしね。今すぐ捜索に入ってもいいくらいです。
So why are we moving?
あまりにもできすぎだからだよ。
Yuki tilts her head.
艦長、これは捜査官としての勘だけどさ。
Oh yeah, there's this like I guess cake shop or something, right? It's called Goldilocks. They sell this like snack called Pulveron. And I bought a whole bunch of them. And they're in my freaking cabinets right now. But aside from like Pulveron, they also like sell these like huge cakes. Wish I had enough to like buy them. Or wish I had like enough money to spend to like buy a cake. So it's trying to be fun. I wouldn't have people tell if it's too hot. Oh yeah, yeah, it would be like pretty much like every day is like hot, right? Yeah, every day would be pretty much like hot.
こうやって簡単に捕まってくれる獲物は普通体内に猛毒を潜めてるの。きっとまだ何かがあるよ。
犯人候補から。
Yeah, so on Monday I did like a whole vacation recap. I like showed off all the photos I took and all the videos I took too, so yeah.
もちろんそれは違う。
Also, I took like
犯人じゃないと
over
断言できる人は誰もいないよ。
I took like over 1,000 or something pictures, right? And it took me forever to sort them on my computer.
うちは艦長、アミール、アーデルハイト以外誰も信じないからね。
I think you could add at least one more person. I look out the window to see Clara, who is with Adelaide. Adelaide summons a fairy from a storybook, and Clara watches with wide eyes and claps. Over the past few days, those two quickly became close friends.
でしたね。純粋で優しい女の子でした。アーデルのそばにいてくれてよかったです。輝くステージを作るのが夢だと聞きました。
面白い夢じゃん。
アーデルのように
The one thing about the trip though was kind of annoying was the flight back. Oh man, the flight back, trying to like sleep in those like airplane seats is such a fucking killer for my legs because I'm like 6 foot, right? So sitting like for like over 18 hours in the plane seats was killing my legs, man.
ステージの公演が心の慰めになっていたと。それで自分も他の人にとってそういう力になりたいようです。部長。
Yeah, I've been long voice talks for that reason, yeah.
人気すぎるという話をしましたが、撤回します。
I'm not gonna lie, the movie selection were pretty good though. The movie selections were not bad.
確かにそういったものに救われる人がいるのですね。
そうそう。辛いことばっか見てると沈んじゃうっしょ。たまには楽しいもん見て楽しい気持ちにならないと。嘘でもいいから。
The bitterness in her voice makes me think she was thinking of Adelaide, a girl who lives immersed in fairy tales to forget the memory's reality. And the airplane food wasn't bad either. The food that they served were pretty good. They were like really piping hot too. But then again, like it's mostly like rice with like meat and stuff. So that's anything with rice honestly is pretty good.
それよりこっちの方を探った方が。
Now wait a minute. A group of people are approaching the venue entrance looking hostile. Leading them is Counselor Monica with a menacing look.
噂をすれば。
艦長、特捜部長、説明していただきます。今すぐ。
What the hell did we do?
あんなに怒りっぱなしだと
I'm
しない
pretty
よっちゃ
sure
う
we
じゃない
didn't do anything to piss anyone off. Okay, what does she
先日
want?
艦長の弁護でごまかせましたが、今回はそうはいきませんよ。説明をお願いします。特捜部長。
これは。
Yuki and Amir's expressions hardened. In the photo Monica held out, there was Adelaide walking through the night streets as if in trance. Around her, dreamlike beings that seemed to have manifested from fairy tales were bizarrely mixed with the surrounding scenery. Her eyes were unfocused, hinting at her condition. Excuse me. It looked as if she was caught up in her own dream, unable to control
こ
herself.
の件に関して複数の目撃者がいます。この少女がこのような行動を見せた時期に夢で襲われたという被害者が急増しました。これでもまだとぼけるおつもりですか？
これは
これ以上聞く価値もありません。要員、今すぐ容疑者を拘束しなさい。
Oh hell no, dude! No way.
艦長、 特捜部長、この件については詳しく説明していただきます。
拘束？ねえ、悪いけどこっちも我慢してやってるんだからね。マジで喧嘩売ってんの？
The situation has gotten even worse than before. Both sides were clashing so fiercely that even my intervention had no effect.
それあれじゃん。練習してくれてたんだね。
Oh, good save. At a moment, a voice suddenly cut in.
何？
やってくれるって約束だったよね。公演のスペシャルイベント。
Good save, Clara.
自分から言い出しといて申し訳ないと思ってたんだけど、本当に練習してくれてたんだ。ありがとう。
公演？スペシャルイベント？何を言っているんですか？
議員さんですよね。はじめまして。私はステラステージの公演演出担当クララと申します。
Oh yeah. When I was there, right, I was like everyone, every family member that I like met, right. I'm like taller than all of them. so I would always like get compliments with how tall I am. I'm like taller than all my family members. Now Monica flinched at Clara's self-introduction. The SS identity respects art and culture, and Clara is the person in charge of performance everybody's looking forward to. Even as a member of the expert committee, Monica couldn't simply ignore her.
アーデルハイドは私に頼まれて特殊な演出を練習してくれてたんです。あまり責めないでいただけると嬉しいです。
She can't do anything. Perks being tall, yeah. like I'm taller than my cousins, my aunts, my uncles. So yeah, I'm like way taller. In fact, I'm like taller than my parents too. So. Monica turned away. It seems she thought causing more trouble here wouldn't be a good idea.
近いうちにまたお伺いします。簡単に見逃すつもりはありません。
しつこいなあ、もう。ユスティティア号とエディニティ号が仲悪い理由わかっちゃうな。
That's enough. You're going too far.
すごく緊張しました。
After Monica left, Clara sighed and slumped down.
私実は新入りなんですけど、後で何か言われるんじゃ。
That was very courageous of her. Meanwhile, Amir approached Adelaide, who was hanging her head.
アーデル、
違うの。私悪いことしてない。
分かっている。アーデルのことは信じているよ。アーデルが時々夢の世界へ遊びに行くことも、でもアーデルが人に迷惑をかけたことはないということも私は知って。
Adelaide's expression relaxed a bit.
そうそう、なんせこの私の友達だから。アーデル、胸を張って。あなたは何も悪いことしてないよ。クララ、助けてくれてありがとう。どういたしまして。何があってもアーデルの味方になるよ。
Adelaide fumbles in her pocket and pulls something out.
これ。これは何？印。友達の印。
It was the storybook character badge that came with a cookie counselor Rumil gave her.
クララに笑ってほしくて本当にありがとう。
Is the counselor Rumil? Is he a bad guy? I'm guessing he's a bad guy, right? I don't know. He gives off those vibes, man, of being a bad guy.
そんなことで嫉妬するのは醜いですよ、部長。
Clara's eyes widen in surprise, and she breaks into a bright smile.
ありがとうアーデル。絶対大事にする。
Okay, let's see. Modest courage. Okay.
Mm. 自分の寝相が悪いって思ったことはなかったけど、でもこれって夢の中。今日ちょっと疲れちゃったのかな。
Clara fidgeted with Adelaide's token tucked in her pocket.
アーデル、そこにいるの？いや、待って、これは。待って、あなた。やべ。クララ、夢の中でクララが。
Please explain.
アーデルが慌ててやってきました。夢の中でクララを見たそうです。何かに襲われていたと。
そしてこれが今のクララの状態だよ。
Yuki places photos of the hospitalized girl and the scene on the table. In the photos, the token of friendship she received from Adelaide had turned pitch black.
命に別状はないって。今のところはだけど。
What about Adelaide?
今は誰にも会いたくないようです。自分のせいで起きたことだと思っているらしく、私と部長が何とか落ち着かせようとしましたが。
Mir, do you think Adel would do something like this?
そんなわけありません。自分が傷つきたくないと思う分、他人も傷ついてほしくないと思う子です。そんな状況になったら何としても自分を止めていたでしょう。
Yeah, I think so too. Let me see Adel. So this is the moment we need to convince her. Adelaide was sitting alone, still in a dark room. A soft sobbing can be heard coming from her bowed head. The storybooks she usually cherished are scattered everywhere, crumpled, as if she resented them for causing her friend's injury. Adel.
近づいちゃダメ。
As soon as she sensed someone's presence, Adelaide tried to back away. Even with her back against the wall, she seemed pathologically desperate to avoid anyone approaching her.
アーデルは悪い子だから近くにいると傷つく。だから近づいちゃダメ。
Now, looking around, signs of her efforts to forcibly stay awake were visible everywhere.
眠ったらまた私のせいで誰かが傷つく。いや、アーデルは悪い子じゃない。
I believe that too. They said that while Adelaide sometimes couldn't control her abilities, no one had ever been hurt because of it. Just looking at her now, there is no doubt about the credibility of those words. Amir and Yuki are worried. Will you let us help?
私は艦長。
I carefully approached the sobbing Adelaide and gently took her hand, just like Clara had done before. Now let's go help our friend Adel. The situation keeps getting worse, Clara and all the victims so far. If we leave it at this, who knows what else might happen. It's time to find a real culprit.
でもどうやって？アーデルに似てる能力を使う相手。 手がかりはこれしかないけど、これだけじゃ追跡する方法がないじゃん。
The clue is in the sentence you just said.
艦長、まさか。
If it's someone that can manipulate dreams, it'll definitely appear in them. But to do that, Adelaide's cooperation is essential. She might get caught up in something dangerous. Maybe the Chaos Order really is involved.
うちは反対ね。艦長を信用できないってわけじゃないけど、危険すぎる。
私もそう思います。アーデルにこういうことは早すぎます。この子の過去を考えると、こういう仕事は後で。
Now we can't keep deceiving her with optimistic lies forever. Yuki and Amir both flinch simultaneously. This is a continuation of our previous conversation. Even if she needs an escape to forget reality sometimes, we can't let her become so absorbed in it that she loses sight of what's real. She needs to be able to make this choice herself. Saying that, I looked at Adelaide, who was sitting beside us with her head deeply bowed. This child already knows. She knows that the world isn't a bright and warm place filled with fairy tales, but to endure it, she has no choice but to grit her teeth. With her own resolve, no one else's. Adel, if it feels like too much, we can think of another way. Adelaide was trembling as she spoke. She's afraid, though that she's a child, must have some idea of what might happen. But even so,
アミールお姉ちゃんとユキお姉ちゃんの役に立ちたい。艦長が助けようとしてくれたのに、知らないふりはしたくないの。
she summoned a small bit of
ア
courage.
ーデル、
艦長、一つだけ約束してくれる？やるなら確実にやってね。絶対アーデルの覚悟を無限にしないように。
Of course. When a child has steeled herself this much, if I can't live up to those expectations, I'd be a failure as an adult. Okay, let's see. Over here. We're all gathered in the bedroom dressed in pajamas. Mm.
パジャマパーティーをしたことはありませんが。
アミール、マジでつまんない人生だったんだ。
部長はやったことがあるのですか？
いや、ない人の方が珍しいんじゃない？
Yuki and Amir are making exaggerated chatter, probably for Adelaide's sake, who's extremely nervous. Adelaide is clenching her small fists tightly, repeatedly taking quiet breaths. Adele, are you ready?
よかったじゃん、艦長。女子のパジャマパーティーに混ざるのって誰かにとっては夢なんだよ。嬉しいよね。嬉しいなら嬉しいって正直に言いな。
部長、アーデルの夢の世界は安全でない可能性が高いです。もう少し緊張感を持っていただけませんか？
はあ、これだからパジャマパーティーに呼ばれなかったんだよ。みんな準備できたら入るね。
Okay, let's go. A dreamlike light scatters around Adelaide. Simultaneously, consciousness flickered.
これがおとぎ話の世界ですか？おとぎ話というよりはまるでカオスの中のようです。
Just as Amir said, there's a familiar sensation, a feeling where negative thoughts arise even when sitting still, and every breath feels like placing lead weights on your lungs. A space where the surrounding seems to warp if you don't focus, giving the illusion that paths stretch endlessly. This place was truly another chaos.
変なの。動物の友達も。
不思議な
妖精さんたちもいない。何かおかしい。おかしい？アーデル、詳しく説明してくれる？悪い魔法使いがやってきて友達をいじめたの。みんな悲しんでる。
ここはすでに犯人に占拠されたようですね。戦闘が発生するかもしれません。艦長、的確な判断でした。私たちと一緒に入らなかったらアーデルは一人でこの状況に出くわしていたでしょう。これはアーデルを狙ってやったようです。
ああ、ムカつくな。
A venomous glint appeared in Yuki's eyes.
誰なの？こういう陰湿なことするやつ。
そこは今から調べるとしましょう。艦長、指揮をお願いします。
Alright, let's go.
待って、あれはクララ？
The figure taking Clara's form moves, as if replaying some memory.
アーデル？そこにいるの？いや、待って。これはあなたね。アーデルに濡れ衣を着せた悪いやつは誰？早く姿を現して。待って、逃げるな。
And then Clara's phantom, which had been running, suddenly vanished.
へえ、すごいじゃん。
確かに恐ろしい気迫ですね。無力にやられたわけではなく、なんとか正体を暴こうと追いかけているうちにやられたとは。新入りの演出スタッフと言っていませんでしたか？要員候補としても遜色ありませんね。
アーデル、いい友達ができたね。
Adelaide nodded.
うん、クララは友達だから調べるの。誰がこんなことをしたのか。
Now we advanced toward the energy emanating from the center. The deeper we went into the dream world, the more intense the pressure on our bodies became. While it didn't compare to true chaos, it was now nearly certain that this space is mimicking chaos.
この先は激しい戦闘が発生する可能性が高いです。艦長、くれぐれもご注意に。
ムカつく。ここまで準備してアーデルを狙うってどこの誰なんだよ。もう何がしたいわけ？
Perhaps that itself is the goal. There is a possibility that luring Adel here is the objective itself.
もしここにアーデルが一人で侵入していたらどんな目に遭っていたか。犯人に捕まっていたらどうなっていたか。ゾッとします。
This culprit caused such confusion even without Adelaide's involvement. If their abilities were combined, this order on the SS identity might grow uncontrollably. If someone from the SS Justitia caused such an incident on the SS identity, it would likely lead to conflict between the arcs. And someone who suspected us from the start would be able to speak with great authority in that process.
艦長、ひょっとしてうちと同じこと考えてる？
Maybe. Let's go. It's time to find out for sure. It is him, right? It's him. It's that fucking counselor guy. He was a bad guy all along. I freaking knew it.
ナイトメア号の艦長について下調べが甘すぎたんじゃないの？帝国でも指折りのファーストだよ。他の人の調査はあんなに頑張っといてこっちは手抜いちゃった。ルミル議員、 わからないとでも思った？わざわざ獲物を目の前に持ってきてくれるやつって大体裏があるんだよね。
As Yuki said, when someone is served to you on a silver platter, you should suspect an ulterior motive. Who benefits most from the situation? Think about that, and you'll usually get closer to the truth.
アーデルを精神的に追い込めば休むために夢の世界に来るだろうし、それを狙ってたんだよね。一体何がしたかったのかはわかんないけどねえ。
It wasn't going to be used for anything good, was it? If Adelaide is manipulated and confusion intensifies within the SS identity, the person who benefits is obvious.
モニカ議員の立場が強くなりますね。
And the one who most thoroughly investigated Monica's weaknesses is Counselor Rumil.
名声を高めていたモニカ議員の不正を告発し、彗星のごとく現れた議員。エディニティ号はいいね。新しい英雄ができて。その新しい英雄のやることなら何でもうまくいくんじゃない？どんな手を使ってでもカオス教団を探し出そうとしてた市長室とか専門委員会も滅びただろうし。
Not to mention Haida Marie. Even though Counselor Monica was cold, greedy, and ill-tempered, she never crossed that final line of betraying humanity.
そうなると思ってた。うちはあんたみたいな人たくさん見てきたんだよ。
Yuki smiled with a fierce, beastly grin.
では逮捕手続きを行います。ルミル議員、詳しい説明は署でお聞きします。
証拠は、私が犯人だという証拠はありますか？
ここであったこと自体が証拠と言いたいとこだけど、捜査にはもっと確実な証拠がないとね。
そうです。証拠もなく評議会の議員を疑うのは。
これ見覚えあるよね。
Saying that, Yuki held up the character badge that had come with the cookies Rumil distributed.
これを売ってるお店も調べたらさ、ここのクッキーを食べた人の中から犠牲者が多数発生。その犠牲者の近くには決まってクッキーのおまけがあった。そしてそのバッジを作る工場はルミル議員、あんたの口座から二重三重にロンダリングされた資金で経営されてた。どう？まだ言いたいことある？
ふざけるな。ふざけるな。あと少しだったのに、このまま屈するものが。
Rumil's hand glows darkly. Along with that, something resembling a magic circle drawn in the underground warehouse emitted an ominous light. Oh. Wait, what? Yo!
あんた何すんだよ。
Dude, we're gonna fucking kill this guy.
貴様らこそ私がおとなしく捕まると思ったが。あの子の能力は素晴らしい。捏造された現象で現実を上書きできるとは。
With the pulsing light emanating from the circle drawn on the floor, dark energies began to gather around Adelaide, and they crawl up her body as if trying to control Adelaide. A wall of black veil appears suddenly and blocks the way to Adelaide.
今まではその力で何の使いどころもない動物なんかを呼び出して遊んでいたようだが、エディニティ号がこの世界で上書きされたらどうなるだろうな。
With Rumil's words, the darkness began to writhe and surge. Alright. Let's go. We're gonna go beat the shit out of this guy. Black energy swirls around Adelaide. As the forms of twisted fairy tale monsters appear, darkness spreads in all directions like a painting depicting discord. At this rate, the entire SS identity would soon be eroded by the monster from the nightmare.
あんた
Damn, they're tough, okay.
アーデルしっかりして
The black energy surrounding Adelaide is a barrier mimicking highly concentrated chaos energy. Even a trained agent would find it difficult to approach. However, leaps beyond the black veil. Captain, is dangerous. I'll provide cover. If you're a Protoss with strong resistance to chaos energy, you can endure it for a short while. Walks beyond the black veil. It feels like my body is burning, the blood in my veins boils and my mind grows dizzy. But even so, I continue to move forward.
最後の悪あがきか。いくらファーストでも長くは持たないぞ。この少女の能力はこの世界の中では無限だからな。
I don't think so. I say it plainly. This thing seems to think Adelaide is just a helpless child swept along by all this. But Adel is a brave kid. What I hear next proves it.
やめて私の友達をいじめないで
Adelaide, covered in black energy, cries out as if struggling. The girl who had been cowering, the child who always ran away, gathers her courage to help her friends.
艦長が言ったの覚悟しないといけないって悪いことはしないの
Adel, let's get out of here. Let's get out together. And at the end of what felt like an eternity of advancing, my hand finally reaches Adelaide. Adel, thanks to everyone, I was able to find my courage. Proceeding with arrest, Rumil.
くそくそくそ見事だ。それだけは認めてやる。だがこの程度では終わらせないぞ。さあ悪夢の始まりだ。
Rumil raised his hand high, showing no signs of giving up. In response to the gesture, the monsters scattered into the darkness, began to converge. It's time to wake up from this nightmare. Everyone prepare for combat. Okay, let's see here.
うちに守ってもらえて嬉しい。肩慣らしと行こっかな。悪い狼さん、一緒に日本は山。
This one?
うちのバット、ちゃんと見届けなさいね。引きちぎってやる。うちのバット、ちゃんと見てなさい。うちに守じっとしててね。バット。逃げられるかな。ああ、もう捕まったね。
Everyone stay alert, I have a bad feeling about this. Adults, stay close to us. Yeah, I'm okay. Oh.
うちのバット、肩慣らしと行こっかな。うちに守ってもらえて嬉しいよね。うちのバット、ちゃんと見届けなさいね。引きちぎってやる。うちにちゃんと見てなさい。捕まった一緒に日本は山。うちのバット、うちに に守っても。
命令に従います。決して倒れません。
うちのバット刀出しといこっかな。うちにじっとしててね。
ふざけるな。お前は私の統制に従うべきだ。
The Dark Nightmares scatter. Despite Rumil's desperate struggle, the black energy scattered in all directions after losing its host. Now this should be a moment to celebrate our victory, but too many at this rate. It wasn't surprising considering it was about to engulf the entire SS identity, but there was simply too much black energy pouring out. At this rate, everyone will be swept away. At that moment, Adelaide hugged me tightly. Adel. Destroy book stained with pain opens of its own accord. From within, a warm light that illuminates everything bursts forth. The next thing I knew, we were riding the friend summoned by Adel, flying through the dream night sky of the SS identity. Nope. Nope. Oh, wait. Can I not? Oh, I wanted to... It won't let me. Let me hide. Okay, whatever. I'll make do with it, I guess. Oh. There you go.
見て、友達がみんな喜んでる。私、いいことしたの。
Pats Adelaide on the head.
騎士様でも魔法使いさんでもなかった艦長は王子様だったんだね。
Alright, let's see. Arrest. Okay. Let's see how this chapter ends. Rumil tried to escape from the dream world, but was forcibly arrested by Yuki. It was after we returned to the streets with
本
Adelaide.
当に殺しかけたじゃありませんか。息があってよかったです。
Amir checks Rumil's pulse and
カ
speaks.
オス教団とつながっている可能性の高い人物です。情報を聞き出す前に死なれては困ります。そして対価はちゃんと払わせてやらねば。
Amir, your expression is scary.
ご安心ください。法律に基づいた尋問を行う予定です。
もちろんその過程でクリエイティブかつ幅広い意見が反映されるかもしれないけどね。
法律に基づいた尋問です。少なくともこのルミルというものはちゃんと証言するはずです。
見たよね、艦長。アミールを怒らせちゃダメだよ。怒ったら怖い。
Amir's communicator rings. After checking the message, Amir turned her gaze to Adelaide.
アーデル、被害者たちが目を覚ましたらしい。みんな無事だし、何よりクララも起きたみたい。一緒にお見舞いに。
行く。絶対行く。
Before she's even done speaking, a lively voice flows out, and everyone's eyes widen. This is the first time they've seen Adelaide so lively.
よかったじゃん。じゃあアミールはアーデルとお見舞いに行ってきて。
部長。
ああ、うちはちょっと用事があって。
艦長さん、お話は聞きました。まさかルミルさんがそんな。
Adamari bites her lip. Since they knew each other well, she seems quite shocked.
市民たちのために働く優しい人だと思っていたのに、なぜそんなことをしたんでしょうか。
What I felt was closer to anger than surprise. Not anger from being personally deceived, but anger stemming from everyone's safety being threatened. Yes, his identity has a good mare. It's nothing.
ルミル議員。いいえ、ルミルの身柄が引き渡されたら、市長室でも別途の調査を続けます。これで市民評議会の政治的立場は、それがどんな結果を招くことになるかはまだわかりませんが、今は内部の裏切り者が見つかったことを喜びましょう。
逃げろ化け物。
はあ、誰が化け物だよ。こんなに可愛い化け物がいるわけないっしょ。
Yuki trampling on the fallen man has anger in her
やっ
voice.
ぱりビンゴだったね。夢の中で事件が起きた場所を調べてたら、後始末をしに来る奴らが現れると思ったんだよ。あんたたちカオス教団でしょ。
違う。
ふーん、嘘は面白くないな。
In the alley where the man's screams had echoed, quiet, splashing footsteps sound. Yuki looks away from the man, gone silent and limp, and turns her gaze to the other end of the alley.
あんたがここのボス？どこの偉い人だか顔を見せてほしいな。
そうしようかな。
あんたは
Was she knocked out? Oh, shit.
でもこれ以上は私たちも困っちゃうんでね。
A cold voice flows down over the fallen Yuki. Alright. Now on to chapter 3. Okay. Before we start chapter 3, I'm gonna go feed my cats their lunch, so I'll be back. Give me a few minutes, and then we will continue on to chapter 3. So be right back. Alright, I'm back. Let's continue on with chapter 3. Excuse me. The Chaos Order's plan to use dreams was thwarted, but in the end, we failed to completely root out what was left of those who had conspired with Rumil. The mayor's office announced this incident as the crime of a gifted who had a mental breakdown at the Pioneer base some time ago. While unrest still lingers on the SS Identity, the date of Tenebria and Aria's joint performance draws closer.
ステラステージはいつ見てもキラキラしてますね。ライトは全部消えてますよ。
Oh wait, this part wasn't voiced. Could you show some sympathy sometimes in Mika?
レイさんはここに来るといつも嬉しそうですね。
エディニティ号の人はみんなここに特別な思い出の一つや二つはありますからね。記憶に残る宝物のようなステージ。エディニティ号ではマグヌムオプスと呼ぶんでしたっけ？ちなみに私はバンドゴリアテのライブが一番素敵だと思います。一生ついていきたい大ファンなんです。バンドの方々もきっとレイの気持ちに感謝してるはず。おお、テネブリアさんとアリアさんのポスターだ。見たことない新しいグッズかな。あれは買わないと。待っててくださいね。
レイさん、待ってください。
あの子たちいつになったらおとなしくなるのかしら。
They're very lively, it's a good thing.
甘やかしすぎるのも良くないわよ。正式に警護の任務を引き受けた以上真面目にやらないと。本当はこんな任務を遂行すること自体気に入らないけれども。
Especially since the Chaos Order is involved.
カオス教団といえばだけど、特捜部の部長とはまだ連絡が取れないの？
Not yet. It's been several days since we lost contact with Yuki, who said she'd investigate the Chaos Order on her own. Amir seems used to this situation and told me not to worry, saying she'll show up again
あ
eventually.
まり心配しなくていいと思うわ。簡単にやられるような人じゃないもの。他の二人は？
They're handling the remaining tasks. Inside the SS Identity, remnants of the dream world still lingered, causing problems, while incidents where people are attacked and are unable to wake up in reality no longer occur as before. Cases of people being suddenly pulled into the dream world and wandering there continue to happen. Adelaide and Amir are exploring the dream world, rescuing missing persons, and investigating the cause of the problem.
それにしても夢の世界の件はもう解決したはずなのに、まだ問題が起きているのはおかしいわね。あの事件はルミルの仕業じゃなかったの？
I guess Rumil wasn't the real cause. I recall at the outpost in the dream world where we encountered Rumil. Like energy and symbols, it was clearly that the Chaos Order was behind this whole affair. In the end, unless we deal with the Chaos Order, there won't be a fundamental resolution to the situation.
艦長、心配になる気持ちは十分わかるわ。でも私に何も言わず、特捜部と夢の世界で起きた事件を解決したこともそうだし、後で報告を受けて私がどれほど驚いたか。じゃなくて、艦長はナイトメア号を率いる人なんだから、要員たちにも。
Sorry, I'll be more careful from now on.
それより問題は。
The Chaos Order's movements, the Expert Committee's movements.
市民評議会が失脚したこの状況でこんなに静かすぎるのはおかしいわ。すぐにでも介入してくると思ったのに。こっちは私がもう少し調べてみるわ。
As we were having that conversation, someone approached us.
お二人で何かお話し中でしたか？
エダンさん、
セキュリティ総括がここでのんびりしていても大丈夫なんですか？ 今日は新しい演出の小道具をセットするので、いつもより部外者の出入りも多いはずです。
エダンさんこそ大丈夫ですか？会場の出入りについてはエダンさんが担当していると伺っていますが。
まあ確かにそうですが、あちこち回りながらちゃんと見張っていますので。ですがお二人はかなりお忙しい方々じゃないですか。そうやってよそに気を使っているようですと、こちらのセキュリティが不安になってしまって。まあ個人的な感想を述べたまでです。別に責めているわけではありませんよ。お忙しいところを邪魔してすみませんでした。では失礼。
While the overall security for this joint performance was officially commissioned to the SS Nightmare by the mayor's office, Della's stage had its existing security and their supervisor. Naturally, from their perspective, they wouldn't be happy about newcomers rolling in. Seems like we really got on his bad side.
不満の多そうな物言いだったわね。でも今日が忙しいのは事実よ。だから問題が起こらないように。
Before Renault can finish her sentence, Clara comes running with a flustered face. Alright, let's see. An Idol's Pride, Episode 2.
だからそれじゃないって。今切り替えのタイミングが遅かったでしょ。あと色もこれよりもう少し柔らかい。
Tenebria's angry voice fell on the staff member with their head bowed. Ariel looked troubled, didn't know what to do between the two people.
この前入ってきたばかりの人なんですけど、ミスが多くてテネブリアさんがすごく怒ってしまったみ。なんとか仲裁してくれませんか？
What am I supposed to do? At least it's not a real problem.
適当にやり過ごそうなんて思わないで。ここで働いている以上、あなたもプロでしょ。自分の役割はちゃんと果たしてちょうだい。
申し訳ありません。
謝罪で済む問題じゃ。
How about we leave it at that?
班長。
The staff didn't make mistakes on purpose. Scolding them further will only intimidate them more.
私もきついことを言うつもりでも、何回も同じミスが出るから少し頭に血が上ったみたい。
いえ、悪いのはこちらですし。
At Tenebria's words, the staff member hurriedly apologizes, flustered. It's a conversation that puts the staff in a difficult position, no matter how they respond. Even if she's the galaxy's top idol, my impression is that she's darker inside than she appears.
どうせ集中もできないし、少し休憩しましょう。練習の続きはその後に。
With that, Tenebria strode away. Aria quickly followed behind and bowed her head.
館長、ありがとうございました。丸く収まってよかったです。大ごとになるんじゃないかと心配してました。こうしてる場合じゃなかった。私はこれで失礼します。
After the gathered people dispersed, Alkina approached.
お疲れ様です。
Alright, she's the manager, right? Was she always like that?
少しおてんばなところがある子でして。甘やかして育てたのかもしれないと思う時もありますね。
When I look back at Alkina at the mention of raising her, she nods slightly as if my guess is correct.
テネブレアはエリナド事件で家族を亡くした子なんです。その後私が引き取って面倒を見ました。立派に育った方だと思います。先ほどのようなことがあると少し胃が痛くなりますが。 私にとっては大切な存在です。ですから残りの期間もどうぞよろしくお願いします。
I'll do my best. So that's what we talked about.
もう何よ。
Tenebria flails her arms and legs as she shouts.
あそこでスタッフをかばうだなんて、館長は誰の味方なの？私とスタッフどっちなの？
I said what I did with your best interest in mind.
へえ、そうですか。私のことを思ってくれたんですね。いっそのこと、私が悪いって素直に言えばよかったんじゃない？
Her public image has always been that of a sparkling, radiant idol. But what's in front of me now is a willful, reckless young lady acting like a wild child. Thinking back to our first meeting, this actually seems closer to her original personality.
想像と違ってがっかりした？ステージのテネブレアと普段のテネブレアは別人なの。常にみんなの前で完璧な姿を見せるのは大変でしょ？たまにはリラックスしないと。
I think so too.
何よ、共感するふりでもするつもり？
Rather than sympathy, I'd say it's more like pity.
は？哀れみ？私に？
I don't know I don't know much about idol culture, but I do know that being constantly under scrutiny is very harsh. Because you always have to make an effort to shine. I think you're working hard sincerely.
納得できないわ。
It seems it wasn't the answer she wanted to hear. Tenebria sprang up from her seat and approached with burning eyes.
銀河一のアイドルに同情するだなんて。私はもともと輝いてるけど、ついてきなさい。私がどういう人間なのか見せてあげるから。
Well, I've at least figured out that she has a very strong sense of pride. A singer's stage rehearsal isn't exactly something you get to see easily, especially if you're stationed on the SS Nightmare Chaos Infiltration ship.
よし、完璧だ。
It doesn't end with just singing, there's dancing too, perfectly synchronized to the beat. Even someone unfamiliar with the performances could recognize the captivating melody resonating throughout the space. Tenebria dominated the entire stage. It's a realm that could never be reached without blood, sweat, and tears combined with natural talent. Lacking either would make it impossible. While watching the performance, I noticed a dark energy rippling from boxes stacked in one corner of the audience seats. Just as I was about to stand up to check, Tenebria, who had finished her stage performance, approached.
どうだった？まだ私は哀れだと思う？
And that was amazing. Impressive.
素直に褒めるなんて、まるで私が決まった答えを強制してるみたいじゃない。もうちょっと心を込めて褒めてくれたらどうかしら、館長。
Tenebria poked my side with her elbow. The way she's smiling subtly, she seems to enjoy receiving bows earned through a little nudge. But the moment Aria took the stage and began to sing, her expression instantly hardened. The moment Aria's voice rang out, Stella's stage fell into silence. Even the staff carrying equipment stopped their work and turned to watch the stage. If Tenebria's performance was of first class, one that pushed every aspect of perfection to its limits, Aria's performance was genius, a melody that moves people's hearts just by listening. Tenebria's face gradually darkens.
休憩するわ。
Tenebria turned sharply on the stage and walked away with heavy steps. Her head hung low and her clenched fists trembled. At that moment, The boxes stacked in the corner of the corridor collapsed and came pouring down on Tenebria. Uh-oh. Oh no, did she get injured? Oh no. Episode 3, Dark Fog.
ここのスタッフは一体何をしてるの？人が通る場所に。
Alkina said she'll retrain the staff.
これは基本中の基本よ。リハーサルの時も素人みたいなミスを何回も繰り返して。
More importantly, are you really okay?
何回聞くつもり？艦長に押されて転んじゃったけど大丈夫だって。冗談よ冗談。日頃からしっかり鍛えてるからこれくらい平気よ。
Tenebria moved her body as if doing stretches while saying this, then turned to look at Haida Marie as standing on one side.
ところで市長はここに何の用かしら？
She starts the conversation naturally.
ステージで事故が起こりかけたと聞いたので心配で駆けつけました。
本当にそれだけ？
それは違いますが。
The way she awkwardly averts her eyes suggests she's hiding something. If it's something difficult to tell Tenebria, could it be about the Chaos Order?
艦長に用があるのね。はいはい。邪魔者は消えてあげますわよ。
Tenebria waves her hand and leaves the waiting room. Did you two know each other? Tenebria's attitude and the way they treated each other seemed far too natural for two strangers.
それは。
I heard that Tenebria was rescued during the Elenad incident. When I brought that up, Haida Marie's mood finally softened a bit.
そうですか。それなら説明しやすいですね。あの時テネブレアを助けたのが私なんです。あの時のテネブレアはうつろな目をしていました。助ける側の私が不気味だと感じるほど。今はあんなにいろんな顔ができるようになったけど、未だにあの頃の記憶が蘇って本当に大丈夫なのか心配です。
This is the story I hadn't heard from Alkina. From a child with an empty expression to becoming the galaxy's idol. What had happened in between? I won't know unless I hear it from her directly.
そういえば艦長さんに話があります。
Is it about the Chaos Order?
はい。アミールさんとアーデルハイトさんが夢の世界の件を解決するために動いていることはご存知ですよね。シルビアが2人を手伝って事件を調査していたんですけど、今発生している夢の世界の事件は以前の事件と似てるけど異なるという結論を出しました。
Similar yet different was the reason for that conclusion.
カオスエネルギーの有無です。今回の夢の世界では確実にカオスエネルギーが感知されたんです。
If the previous dream world has a counterfeit imitating chaos, does that mean this time it's real chaos? But if that's the case, it doesn't explain how the missing people could return unharmed.
私にはわかりませんけど、だからといって完全なカオスではないらしいです。漏れてきたエネルギーだとか、束からほつれた一本の糸のようなものだとか、そういう説明を聞いたような気がします。
Her voice grows less confident as she continues.
あ、それと人々が夢の世界に引き込まれた経緯についても分かりました。皆黒い霧に触れたらしいです。
Dark fog. The scene from earlier came to mind.
艦長さん、
There's something I need to check. However, what was inside the boxes was just ordinary stage props. Was I mistaken?
見間違い？何が？
Renoa. After hearing a brief explanation, Renoa frowned.
それ見間違いじゃないかもしれないわ。私も似たようなものを見たの。この箱じゃなかったけど、ナイトメア号に検査してもらったところ、変わった点はないと言われたわ。
それはいつのことでしたか
2日前の練習ステージの時でした。あの時も新しく運ばれてきた小道具からカオスエネルギー反応に類似した反応があって。
And it was fine after rehearsal ended.
ええ、そうよ。念のため追加観察したけど、昨日の練習では何の問題もなかったわ。
あれは一度きりの反応なんでしょうか
I doubt it's that convenient. We're not even sure if that dark energy is the same as the dark fog causing the dream world problem. Something fell off, but there wasn't enough clues yet. As the day of the performance approached, the floating population on the SS Identity was steadily increasing.
ライブを見るために他の箱舟からやってくる人が多いみたい。カオスという災害と戦うために結束すべきこのご時世に緊張感がないのかしら。でも戦うためには休憩も必要なんです。
Ray, who was sitting beside me, holding a bag of cookies and watching the rehearsal, agreed. Even while popping cookies into her mouth, her sparkling eyes were glued to the stage with no intention of looking away. For some people, it's worth it.
とにかく人が増えるほど事件は起こりやすくなるわ。もっと任務に集中しましょう。
While we were talking, the song ended, and Tenebria, having finished her rehearsal, came down from the stage wiping her sweat.
どうだった？もう最高でした。さすがテネブリアさんです。そう？リハーサルだから本気は出してなかったけど。
Tenebria, smiling pleasantly, turns to look toward us. That was a great performance, and I know you were holding back.
ふん、そう。もうそんなこともわかるようにライブに結構興味があるのね。
Let's just say I am for now.
全部食べちゃった。
Ray turned the bag upside down regretfully, and crumbs spilled out.
楽屋にデザートがあるはずだけど、食べる？本当ですか？うん。いつもファンのみんなからの差し入れがあるの。テネブリアさんからデザートがもらえるなんて大感激です。待って、レイ。そう言わずに一緒に食べたらどう？並んでも買えないようなものもあるわよ。どうせ一人じゃ食べきれないし、もったいないじゃない。
A conflicted look flashes across Renoa's eyes upon hearing this. Let's eat together, Renoa.
今回だけよ。
A neatly wrapped box sat on the waiting room table. Arya, who had been sitting in a chair, tilted her head as she watched us enter side by side.
リハーサルはもう終わったんですか？少し休憩よ。あ、アリアさんもいたんですね。テネブレアさんに一緒にデザートを食べようって誘われたんです。アリアさんもどうですか？あ、これってデザートだったんですね。私は大丈夫です。そう。じゃあ私たちで食べましょう。今日は歩き菜は何を持ってきたのかしら。
Tenebria stopped as she reached for the box. Her expression hardened as she looked down at the box.
これ誰が持ってきたの？え、私が来た時にはすでに置いてありましたけど、アルキナさんが 置いたんじゃないでしょうか。歩きなじゃない。私がケーキを苦手ってことを知ってるもの。担当者を呼ぶわ。ケーキは食べないって言ったのに。
Tenebria grabbed the cake box and hurled it forcefully at the wall.
ケーキが
As vines wrapped around the surroundings, light noise and a strong wind swept through the waiting room.
何ですか、爆弾テロ。艦長、大丈夫？
I'm fine, thanks to you. Tenebria and Arya are also getting up. Fortunately, no one was seriously injured in the explosion just now, but if I had opened the box without thinking. The commotion outside grew louder, and soon people came flooding into the waiting room.
どうしたんですか？
At Alkina's words, I looked at where the explosion occurred. The bomb's debris lay on the scorched marks. There was a bomb inside the cake box.
それはどういう。
I explained the situation to the people who had gathered.
ケーキは誰が持ってきたんですか？
それが今回新しく来た警備員です。
Ethan looked around with a wounded
で
expression.
も俺が採用したわけじゃなくて、契約した業者側の人というか、本人も頼まれて運んだだけで、中に爆弾が入っていることは知らなかったようです。
そういう人たちを管理するのがエダンさんの仕事でしょ。
まあそうですけど、それはセキュリティ責任者も同じなんじゃないですか？
この件は私たちの落ち度です。
分かってらっしゃるようでよかったです。この先の対策もちゃんと立てていますよね。
やっぱりライブは中止した方がいいんじゃないですか？
ライブを中止？勝手なこと言うんじゃないわよ。
Tenebria stood up indignantly.
いや、こういう爆弾テロがあったわけですし。
絶対ダメ。今日ここでは何もなかったのよ。
なんですって？こんな事件をなかったことにするってことですか？
大ごとにしたらライブが中止になるかもしれないわ。そもそもあなたがちゃんと仕事をしないから起きたことでしょ。
それはセキュリティ担当の責任も。
艦長は私とアリアを守ってくれたの。
To be fair, it was Renoa who protected us, not me.
どれだけ多くのファンがこのライブを楽しみにしてるか分かってる？その人たちを失望させるわけにはいかないわ。
ファンのこともそうですが、ライブが中止になったら天文学的な額の損失が出てしまいます。エダンさんが責任を取れないというなら、この話はここまでにしましょう。従業員たちの口止めは徹底してください。それくらいはできますよね。
まあ、わかりました。努力はしてみます。
Ethan scratched his head and stood up from his seat. Renoa watched Ethan's retreating figure and whispered.
新しいスタッフを雇ったのも小道具の搬入にも関わっているのか確認しましょう。
At Renoa's words, I recalled the dark energy that had flickered and disappeared inside the boxes, but I had a gut feeling that this was a separate incident. It was too modern of a bomb to be the work of the Chaos Order.
それじゃあ
It seems there are more people who envy galactic idols than I thought. There's somewhere I need to go. Oh, okay. Oh, hold on. Wait, I forgot to read this one. Security first. Sub-story. My eyes, they hurt. Just how long do I have to keep doing nothing but paperwork? Ray, hasn't it been less than an hour since you sat down? You think I came all the way to the SS Identity and all I'm doing is paperwork. Every second counts. The performances I'm missing out on right now. Verifying identities, confirming they're the right people, and checking the schedule for the day of the performance. It's not fun, but it's all necessary. Even if you say that, you're doing it because you know it's necessary, Ray. Aren't you? Even back at the academy, I was never good with words and letters. I'm jealous of you, Mika, for being good at this kind of thing. But actually, you're the one doing all the physical work, Ray, inspecting facilities, taking charge, and running around doing everything. I find it a bit overwhelming to talk to that many people. Wait, then what did Owen do? Tress is probably guardian captain. If we did all the physical work and Mika did all the paperwork, I cooked. Because no one else on the crew knew how to cook. Wait, didn't Miss Renoa say they'd do it? Captain tried it as a test and fainted for a few minutes. I thought that level of terrible cooking only existed in comics. Turns out people like that actually exist. Still, Miss Renoa is in charge of all the performance, venue patrols, and overall security procedures. They are also handling all the negotiations with the picky SS Identity staff. I'm glad everyone has something they're good at. I want to finish this paperwork and go to the Stella stage too. Come to think of it, you mentioned you're a fan of Aria and Tenebrio, right? It's hard enough to see their regular performances, let alone one at the Stella stage. Stella stage must be an incredible venue. Since you folks from the SS Identity are this excited about it, of course the performance will be simultaneously broadcast across the galaxy. Just standing on that stage is practically declaring yourself an artist representative of this generation. It's the stage every performer dreams of. Wouldn't it be strange not to feel your heart racing? The galaxy's greatest and largest performance hall. As Ray said, many people pay astronomical amounts to come here from other star systems. It's the symbol and pride of the SS Identity, which means security needs to be even more thorough. As Renoa entered the office, the eyes of all three turned toward her simultaneously. Miss Renoa, did the negotiations go well? Somehow. The new security manager is meticulous, but we still managed to work together. The venue isn't exactly small, so it was essential that we cooperate to inspect everything thoroughly. If the word meticulous is coming from Renoa, they must be good at their job. Your reflexes are getting better, aren't they? I suppose so. Anyway, I'm glad you're all doing your best. Thanks, it makes my job easier. Just leave it to us. I'm glad we could help. Good, as a token of my appreciation, I made some snacks. Have a bite and tell me what you think. I just remembered I have to go. Wait a minute, Owen, you trait. Don't hold back, I brought plenty. Mr. Renoa, hold on. There's black smoke coming from them, is that okay? Emma said it was delicious. Oh no. Oh no. Are they that bad? If you're forcing it, I won't make you eat them. Oh. Seeing Renoa grow dejected, Ray and Mika exchanged glances. Then Mika cleared her throat and spoke up. Just throwing Ray under the bus, Mika, damn. I heard Ray likes this kind of food. What? Wait a minute, you're supposed to share. Really? Eat up, Ray. They just like threw her under the bus. A moment later, a young girl's scream echoed through the staff room. Man, they just like threw her under the bus, dude. Episode 5. Ethan entered the alley and carefully took out his communicator.
はい、失敗しました。爆弾が弱すぎたのかですか。そうじゃなくて、ナイトメア号の要因に防がれました。次の計画。記者たちに今回の件を流せば。はい、わかりました。他の方法を探してみます。はい、うまくやってみせます。クソ女め。 金のためとはいえ、なんでこんな苦労を。誰だ。
ここで何してるの？
テネブレアさん、ここにはなぜ？
なんでそんなに驚くの？後ろめたいことでもあるみたいじゃない。何？悪いことでもしてた？
急に何を。それよりどうやってここに来たんですか？今は危ないですよ。早く戻っ。
この後に及んでまだ演技をするのね。電話の相手誰だったか確認させてもらってもいいかしら。なんで何にも言わないの？
いや、むしろ好都合だ。こんな場所へ一人で来るなんて怖い。
あら、やっと本性を現した。
安心しろ。殺すつもりはないからぐっすり寝てろよ。
Everyone now, take care of them. They're a VIP. It's really Tenebria. Get it together, we're professionals. Even if the target is an idol, we continue with the job no matter what. Okay, let's see what her skills are. Oh wow, what? Hold on, wait, what do these do? Ah. Activate one of the highest cost random cards from the draw. Oh. Oh.
私のステージよくね。タイムトゥーシャイン。はっ。私のステージよく見てなさい。はあ。
Okay, let's see this.
歌うことをやめない限り、私たちは永遠に輝くわ。
Ah, okay.
タイムトゥーシャイン。テネブレアのフォトチャンス。これであなたも私のファンね。私のステージよく激しく。タイムトゥーシャイン。
Oh. She's pretty cool. Maybe I'll like get her at some point in the future.
だから日頃からストレッチを頑張らないと。
なんなんだお前。
まさか私が誰なのか知らないわけじゃないでしょうし。で、やっぱり委員会の指示かしら。
何の話だか。
わかりやすいのよね。今回のライブは市長室が支援してるから、評議会の牽制もなくなったし、市長室だけなんとかすれば好き勝手できると思ったんじゃない？今度はだんまり？構わないわ。私はあなたと爆弾を市長室に引き渡して、うまく話をつけても市長室への連絡はお願いしてもいいわよね。
How did you know?
最後らへんにね。もうしばらくか弱いアイドルの演技を続けたかったけど、手遅れな気がして。警護対象が戦ってるのに何もしないで見てたの？
I arrived when it was almost over too. I was trying to figure out what Ethan was hiding, but I saw something unexpected. Are you certain it was the expert committee's doing?
何よ、探り合い？館長も同じことを考えてるみたいだけど、違うの
？They were the most fitting suspect for the situation. But Tenebria reached the exact same conclusion in that brief moment and took the exact same action. Could that really be possible for an ordinary idol? I didn't voice that question out loud.
思ったよりつまらなかったわ。あとは任せるね。
And Tenebria asked in passing.
館長は人を殺したことある？
If I've ever killed someone? Yes, no. Did we? I don't recall. I don't think we ever did ourselves, right? I don't think so.
私もないわ。でもね、そういうことをする奴らはたくさん見てきたの。館長はどう思う？
Humanity's strength is already insufficient to fight against chaos, when we barely have enough, even if we unite as one, for humans to hate each other.
そんな奴らにも救いの余地があるかしら。
I believe they do.
そう。艦長は心が広いのね。
Saying that, Tenebria left the alley. All that remained in the puddle was Ethan, groaning while clutching his broken limbs. Hmm.
エダンは解任されたわ。あの男が雇った人々に対する調査も再度行っただ。ライブ間近だからこのタイミングで全員を入れ替えるのは無理ね。身元が未確認の人員はなるべく外に回して何も起こらないことを祈るしか。
That's the best we can do for now. What about the expert committee?
当然だけどしらばっくれてるわ。市長室も頭を悩ませているみたい。
Since the mayor's office was the one leading this performance, the citizen must have lost momentum. The citizen council must have lost momentum too. I understand they think they can monopolize power by just keeping the mayor's office in check, but I never thought they'd go as far as mounting a bombing attack.
ちょうど市長が訪ねてきたわ。テネブレアさんを探してたけど、あまりいい予感はしないわね。今なんて言ったの？ライブを中止する？
Renoa's instincts were usually right. On the way to the waiting room, I heard Tenebria's sharp voice. I carefully lowered my hand, which was reaching for the doorknob.
たかが爆弾ケーキのせいで中止するってこと？犯人も捕まったのに何を恐れてるの？やめるならもっと早い段階でやめてた。今私を見に来てくれたファンの気持ちを考えないの？市長だってどうしてもライブを成功させたくて館長を紹介したんじゃなかったの？あの時とは状況が違います。こんなことが起こるとは思いませんでしたから。あなたも分かってるでしょ。これで終わりじゃないって。今回は爆弾だったけど次は何があるかわからないでしょ。私はステージに立つ。誰に何と言われても。理由はアリアさんですか？
Even through the door, the mood worsens noticeably.
今なんて言ったの？アリアさんと一緒にステージに立っても劣らないと証明したいからですか？その必要はありませんよ。アリアさんと比べなくてもあなたにはあなただけの。うるさいわ。テネブレア。うるさい。うるさい。うるさい。
A hysterical scream burst out as if she were being torn apart.
余計な口を聞かないで。私はテネブレアよ。銀河一のアイドル。あなたなんかに評価されるような人間じゃないわ。ごめんなさい。それでも今回のライブはどきなさい。これ以上話したくないわ。二度と来ないで。
With those words, the dressing room door swings open. Naturally, Tenebria and I locked eyes.
館長、いつから
Tenebria violently pushed me away and ran off down the corridor in an instant. I was making eye contact with Haida Marie, who followed her out.
すみません、館長さん。お見苦しいところを見せてしまいましたね。
Everyone has those days, I suppose. If anything, I should apologize for eavesdropping. More than that, I was worried about Tenebria's state.
ふざけないでよ。私が一番なの。誰も否定できないようにしてあげるわ。
In that state, it doesn't seem like she'll be able to do anything. Tenebria, who had her face buried between her knees, jerked her head up in surprise.
何？どうしてここにいるって分かったの？
You were so confident against Ethan, but now it's a different story.
知らない。私は行くわ。ついてきたければ勝手にすれば。
Go ahead, but then there will be no performance. If she agrees to the decision to cancel the performance, for safety reasons, that's the end of it. The SS Nightmare is officially designated to be in charge of security for this performance on the SS Identity.
あなた。
Now, would you like to talk for a moment? I pull a canned drink from my pocket as I say this. I have some experience with counseling.
ほんと。最悪。
Tenebria sat back down despite her grimace.
言っておくけど、私を慰めようなんて思わないで。それとも何？私が弱ってる隙を狙って口説くつもり？悪いけど、私と一言でも言葉を交わしたがる有名人は銀河中に5万といるのよ。
More than Aria.
あなた、本当に最悪のカウンセラーね。
Tenebria glared at me, but couldn't quite bring herself to deny my words. Since I ended up in charge of security for an idol performance, I did some research. Tenebria, the galaxy's greatest idol, and Aria, the rising supernova of the idol world, their popularity has already reached a point where it's hard to say who has the upper hand. Now, to be honest, Tenebria is a setting sun, while Aria is more like a rising one. Now, what are you trying so hard to prove?
話したくないわ。あなたみたいなデリカシーがない人には絶対に。
Then I guess there's no performance.
わかったわよ、もう。帝国のエリートだって言うからどんな人かと思ったけど、あなた本当ムカつくわね。
After shouting, Tenebria gulped down her canned drink, as if just bringing up the topic made her throat burn.
艦長はそういうのない？自分はこれをやるために生まれたって周りから勝手に決められたこと。
As a Protoss, I have no such memories. However, being classified as Imperial property, I may partially sympathize with that feeling. Hold on, I'm getting a phone call. 1 minute, let me take this. Alright, I'm back. Where was I? However, being classified as Imperial property, I may partially sympathize with that feeling. That's why I became the captain of the SS Nightmare to avoid that fate.
私はあるわ。すごく嫌だったの、それ。でも、歌は、ダンスは、アイドルは私が好きで選んだ道よ。
Suddenly, Hidamari's words came to mind. Now, when she was rescued, didn't they say her eyes were so empty that even her rescuers were
キ
unsettled?
ラキラと輝いてたの。形は人それぞれだけど、胸に来るものがあった。疲れた人を楽しませて、心を慰めて。私もそんなことができる人になりたかった。そうやってたくさんの人に愛されたかった。自分の愛する仕事でみんなに認められたかった。
The sparkle gave the girl a purpose, the purpose of becoming a beloved diva. Fortunately, she had talent, enough talent to draw everyone's attention, one of the finest in the
何
galaxy.
者でもなかった私が ステージの上では誰よりも輝けたの。みんなに愛される最高のアイドル。それが私の居場所。何もなかった私に生きる理由をくれたわ。今までそれを守るために死ぬほど努力したのに。
Tenebria's voice darkened as she continued. Her expression turned gloomy again, and she buried her face between her knees.
何言ってるんだ。本当。ふざけないでよ。
A voice filled with indignation leaked out from between her knees. The emotion in her tearful words is close to a cry of anguish.
誰よりも努力した。人生のすべてを捧げた。頂点に立つために疑い続けて必死に戦い続けてきたの。なのにただ歌うのが楽しいという理由だけで成り行きでアイドルになった子に負ける。虚しいわ。どうせこうなるんだったら私は今まで何のために生きてきたの。
Is that why you dislike Arya?
いいえ、アリアはいい子よ。だから余計嫌になるの。醜く嫉妬する自分の姿があまりにも滑稽で。
That's rather foolish.
は？
Do you have to be the best?
いや、あなたこそバカじゃないの。一番になりたくない人なんていないでしょ。当たり前の。
Being the best is really hard. Beyond exhausting, it's truly terrible. The effort required to maintain your place at the top, it's a repetition of tasks close to curse. Very few people can pull that off.
で、私には荷が重いから逃げろって言うの。へえ、それは素晴らしいアドバイスね。どうもありがとう。
Even if you're not the best, you shine enough. I couldn't be the best either. The protest training process and the education to become a captain. When I went to a place where the Empire's finest talents gathered, I realized that I'm not the best and I'll never be able to become the best. But by accepting that fact, I became someone who could be kind to everyone. Do you know why Arya became an idol? Tenebria shook her head with a blank expression. She said she saw your performance and wanted to become like you.
アリアが。私にはそんな話一度も。
She said she wanted to confess. She wanted to confess that when she could stand beside you. I recalled a request Arya made recently. She looked worried about Tenebria's recent poor condition, wondering if there was anything she could do to help. At that time, I got to hear a little about Arya's feelings and some old stories.
知らなかった。
You might not be the best, but even if you're not the flame that burns brightest alone, you can be the spark that ignites the fire. You can be a flame that burns together with others. You, Tenebria, are someone who sparkles like that. All her effort has not been in vain.
本当嫌。
What do you hate?
あなた、さっきまで本当にムカついてたけど、本当に慰めになることなんて言わないでよ。嫌いになる。
Though her tone sounded like grumbling, the hostility within her had almost completely vanished.
先に降りるわ。
Tenebria disappeared beyond the rooftop stairs.
それと、
No, she peeked her head out before
敬
disappearing.
語使わないで。年上に敬語使われるのあんまり好きじゃないのよ。
I'm not entirely sure, but it seems she broke down her walls a bit. Alright.
水水
Somehow it feels like she's acting more spoiled toward me than before, but I guess it's okay to indulge her a little. Since there's definitely a threat, it's fine to help her conserve her energy in preparation for it. Though it's strange. The movements of the Chaos Order are suspiciously quiet. The dark fog kept appearing, but there were no signs of the situation worsening. But that silence felt like the calm before the storm, which wasn't particularly welcome.
飲ませて
And when I look at Tenebria with her mouth open like a baby bird, those thoughts quickly fly away. I thought she could do this much herself. But I can see the corners of her mouth slightly twisted. She's messing with me. Play along with a joke. Feeling somewhat annoyed, I shoved the open water bottle straight into Tenebria's mouth. Tenebria's face turns completely red as she flails her arms and legs, gulping down the water.
館長いる
And Renault, who came to visit the performance venue, froze when he saw that scene. Uh-oh. As silence enveloped the stage, Tenebria hastily pulled her mouth away from the water bottle, coughing and waved her hand.
これはちゃんと説明できるからね
The way you're saying it makes it sound like I was doing something really weird.
説明は後で聞かせてもらうわ今はそれより急ぎの用があるのついてきてちょうだい
Something seemed off about her demeanor. What's this?
不審者が会場に潜入していたわ一応捕まえたけどそれからこんな状況になってるの特捜部には連絡済みよスタッフたちの退避が終わったらすぐに会場内を捜索するわ待って私にも手伝わせてステラステージは私のステージよそれを壊そうとする奴らは許せないテネブレアさんやる気があるのはいいですが危険かもしれません私だって世間知らずのお嬢さんじゃないわよ自分の身は自分で守れる館長と私はセキュリティ責任者として参加者の安全を守る義務がありますもうそんなの知らないわ入れてくれないなら副館長のせいでライブの準備に支障が出たって市長にチクるわよわかりましたですが危険な状況になったらすぐに
艦長何があったかについては聞きました黒い霧が一箇所にこんなに大量発生したのは初めてです
悪い匂い友達が嫌がるよ
How did you get rid of it before?
そもそもエネルギーをほとんど持っていないようで
Excuse me.
アーデルの能力が近づくと自然に消滅してしまいましたそうじゃなくても誰かに接触されると消えるようです
悪いところは言っちゃダメ友達が嫌がる
So the dark fog is disposable and disappears after one use. Using Adahide's ability, even if pulled into the dream world, we could easily go back, so it wasn't a major threat.
油断は禁物よまだ何があるか館長調査を始めましょう
Alright, hold on a minute. Alright, where were we? Let's see. The team is made up of only the staff we trust. There doesn't seem to be any reason to be suspicious of them. I smell something. I look toward where Adelheid was pointing. That's a good spot to hide things. Let's investigate. The Chaos Order marking was found at the location Adelheid pointed to. Captain, that's a Chaos Order marking. It doesn't seem to be active right now, but let's remove it anyway. Now that the Chaos Order marking has been found, we need to step up security everywhere. Let's check the stage as well. Things that weren't visible from the audience seats are coming into view. We need to look carefully. This is a large lighting structure that surrounds the stage. It's visible from all sides, making it hard to hide anything in here. These are lighting fixtures embedded throughout the stage. There are no signs of tampering from the outside. This circular stage at the heart of the performance. It has multiple tiered levels and has been searched already. Over here, there's another marking. Why would they leave something like this behind? I can't tell what they're up to, but leaving it as is doesn't sit right with me. Let's get rid of it. Yep. We finished searching the stage. We need to check outside too. Let's head up to the rooftop. The rooftop is relatively vulnerable area for guards. Let's check if there's anything suspicious. Found something over here. Oh, well, I found it pretty fast. To think they tried to pull something like this at the concert venue, it's unforgivable. Miss Tenebria, huh? Right, really unforgivable. It seems like we've looked into all the suspicious areas. Let's finish off by taking a look backstage. There are plenty of places to hide in all this complex equipment. Let's search carefully so we don't miss anything. Appears to be a control system that manages the backstage area. The power is on, but there's no signs of tampering. Appears to be performance equipment. The interior was checked during the search. We need to verify whether any additional equipment was brought in. A mark of the Chaos Order was discovered inside an extra equipment case. Unless it was brought in from outside, the possibility of an inside job cannot be ruled out.
これが最後みたいね。特に何もなくてよかったわ。早く片付けて戻りましょう。
Renoa rummaged through the last mark. Her expression gradually stiffened as she examined it.
これもう作動済み。
An unfamiliar landscape unfolded before my eyes, a completely different space from where we were just a moment ago.
夢の世界。夢の世界じゃなくて悪いところ。ほんと気持ち悪い場所ね。
You fell for it, I got you. They said it, that you'd take the bait. You.
カオス教団。ここには誰もいないんじゃなかったの？
Everyone prepare for combat.
アイドルは常に完璧じゃないと。私のステージ待機中。戦術起動。いつでも行け。悪いよ。一緒に絵本は山。
We can take this one. Alright, let's see.
タイムトゥーシャイン。はっ。待機中。私のステージよく見たわ。歌うことをやめない限り、私たちは永遠に輝く。タイムトゥーシャイン。激しく。私のステージ。はっ。
Nice, okay.
さっきの奴らは何？
こんなことは初めてです。
でも匂いはずっとしてた。やっと分かってくれたの？カオス教団が夢の世界に隠れていたということ？
もう少し調べる必要がありそうですが、その可能性は十分ですね。
While the conversation was going on beside her, Tenebria was looking somewhere else with somewhat vacant eyes. Tenebria, are you okay?
ひどいショックを受けているようですね。一般人がこんなことに巻き込まれたから無理もないでしょう。ゆっくり休
いえ、平気よ。練習していたら治るわ。
However, contrary to her words, her voice sounded weak. After saying that, Tenebria walked off somewhere. And as if taking turns, Alkina approached.
今回はまた何があったんですか？
Alkina's eyes flashed as she heard the explanation.
教団テネブレアは大丈夫でしたか？
Alkina was staring in the direction Tenebria had disappeared. Her gaze is different from her usual cold, calculating look. There is somewhat twisted and damp lurking in her
怪我は
eyes.
ありませんが、あまり元気がなさそうでした。
そうですか。これからはもっと気をつけないとですね。
Wasn't she banned from going out even now?
館長にはわからないでしょうけど、あの子をこのステージに立たせるためにたくさんの不純物を排除してきました。それに比べたらライブ前の外出禁止など些細なことです。
Impurities? That doesn't sound like a pleasant way to put it.
事実を言ったまでです。でも大丈夫です。もうすぐあの子は誰よりも完璧になるんですから。
Alkina said that and turned away. For a very brief moment, it seemed like dark fog was rippling in that spot. Dude, is Alkina a bad guy? Oh no. Okay, let's see. Guard mission.
爆弾テロ、部外者の無断侵入、カオス教団との遭遇まで。まだライブを続行するつもりですか？これはエディニティ号と共にする市民たちの安全に対する脅威で。もう一度言いますが、中止はしません。
I feel like that Alkina is a bad guy, isn't she?
テネブレアもアリアさんもライブの中止は望んでいません。銀河の向こうからやってきた彼女たちのファンも。
The expert committee requests the performance be halted, and Alkina, the performance manager, disagrees. Neither side will budge an inch.
セキュリティ責任者も今回のライブは問題ないと判断しています。そうですよね。それとも帝国の人間を疑っているのですか？どうせ市長室と手を組んでいるんでしょう。この件は記事にして公にさせてもらいます。ではライブ中止による損害賠償は専門委員会に請求すればいいわけですね。市民の安全を盾にしやがって。
The exhausting conversation continued for quite some time, but in the end, the expert committee left without getting what they wanted. I just hope there aren't any more incidents. I was sitting at a cafe near Stella's stage to clear my head when someone suddenly grabbed my sleeve.
ね、ちょっとこっちに来て。
Tenebria dragged me to a corner of the cafe and hid behind a stack of boxes. From outside, it was a position where we were cleverly hidden from view. This situation feels like deja vu. I thought you weren't supposed to go out.
それはもちろん。
And Tenebria grinned mischievously.
遊びに来たに決まってるじゃない。セキュリティ責任者として警護対象がどこに行くのか監視しないとね。
I feel like I've walked into a trap. After being dragged around here and there by Tenebria's hand for a while, time flew by quickly.
次はどこにしようかしら。あ、パ リアがあるわ。行ってみない？
Did he say he disliked baked goods?
私が？いや、嫌いなのはケーキよ。
Why do you hate cake?
それは昔嫌なことがあったから。これ以上はアイドルのプライバシーよ。
Tenebria said that in a subdued voice and pointed in another direction.
食べるのが嫌ならあれはどう？
My eyes followed the direction Tenebria was pointing to a billboard. On the billboard, Tenebria was promoting cute character merchandise.
どうしたの？
I'm realizing this all over again, you really are famous. Only then did Tenebria's gaze turn toward the billboard.
ふーん。やっと気づいたの？あなたの目の前にいるのは銀河で一番有名なアイドルなのよ。
Then Tenebria grabbed my arm and pulled.
でも私が言ってるのはそっちじゃなくてこっち。
Only then did my gaze fall on the entrance below the billboard. You went to arcades too.
当然でしょ。インスピレーションはじっとしてるだけじゃ生まれないものよ。いろんなところを見て回ってこそステージにも集中できるってわけ。
It seems the galaxy's idol was a lot more free-spirited than I expected. Tenebria's anguished cries echoed from across the machine. On the monitor in front of me, the words "You win" were displayed. Sorry, but I give it my all even if my opponent is an idol.
もう一回。
I think it'll be the same even if we go again.
じゃあ次は別の。
Saying that, Tenebria's eyes widened as she searched for the next game to compete in. Find something?
警備員よ。
Men in suits were coming in through the arcade's entrance. They're the concert hall security guards.
こっち来て早く。
I moved away from the entrance to see if there was a gap to slip through, but one of them stayed outside guarding the entrance without coming in. At this rate, we'd be caught for sure. While looking around, something caught my eye. Oh, photo booth. Over here.
え？待ってここは。あ。ステラ4カットへようこそ。お支払い方法を選択してください。
As the machine's notifications continue, a guard's voice can be heard from outside the door.
ここに入ったという目撃情報があったが、手分けして探すぞ。
お支払い方法を選択してください。どうしよう。支払いが完了しました。フレームと枚数を。支払いどうして？
It'd be weird to do nothing when there's someone here.
もうすぐ撮影を開始します。カメラの前に立ってください。
Of course, I had no intention of actually taking photos, so I tried to get through it casually.
もう少し中心に寄ってください。もう少し中心に寄ってください。
The photo booth kept repeating the same alarm over and
ここ
over.
にはいないみたいだけど。
怪しい場所をもう一度確認しよう。
Only after the hesitant Tenebria moves closer does it proceed to the next
撮影
step.
が始まります。10、9、8。パシャ。特別なポーズをとってください。特別なポーズをとってください。
When there was no movement, the photo booth machine spoke, this time with a different
画
voice.
面のポーズを真似してください。こんなものまで認識するの？
Can't be helped. Makes a heart with Tenebria. Mm,
撮影が始まります。
nailed it.
10、9、8。
もう一回見たけどここにはいないぞ。一体どこに行ったんだ。他の場所に行こう。
After the guard's voices faded away, a final message played from the machine.
可愛い写真が出来上がりましたね。忘れ物のないように。壊してやる。あの機械。
Relax. She might still be nearby. We should also get out of here quickly. And after the captain left, Tenebria remained alone in the arcade, standing there quietly for a while. Perhaps because we had been hiding nervously behind the cramped dark curtain, it felt as if the heat from our entangled bodies still lingered. Gripping the control panel of an arcade machine to support her body that seemed ready to collapse at any moment, Tenebria quietly brought her empty hand to rest over her heart. In the noisier arcade, a heartbeat clearer than any arcade machine, sound was resonating from within. Alright, let's see. Midnight Catastrophe. Oops.
楽しかった。今日はありがとう。
So do you know how to say thank you?
はあ？
So you do know how to say thank you. Yep.
失礼ね。初対面の時からちゃんとお礼は言っていたわよ。
You should talk about when she suddenly asked me to hide her at the outdoor cafe. All I remember is her saying she'd buy drinks and then just leave.
ふん。
Tenebria stares intently at my face.
あんたどうしてここまで私を助けてくれる？私の性格を知ってても何度も声をかけてくれて、聞きたいこともいろいろあるでしょうに何も聞かない。わがままを言っても全部受け止めてくれるし。
Certainly, listening to her can be tiring at times. There's a lot I want to ask about her abilities that rival in agents, about the inexplicable sides of herself she occasionally shows, and what happens on her way to becoming the galaxy's top idol. But beyond all that, the biggest reason I help Tenebria is... there's no amazing reason, I just want to help. Compassion for someone who struggles desperately to light their own path, working harder than anyone else. Of course, if I said that out loud, Tenebria would get angry again, asking if I'm pitying her.
そう？私はてっきり館長が本気で私のこと好きなのかなって思って。
Likes, you say. The conversation I had with Tenebria on the rooftop not long ago came to mind, decided Tenebria burning with inferiority toward Arya. Yeah, I do like you. Tenebria is more my type than Arya. When there's no response, I turn my head to see Tenebria with a bright red face, her mouth opening and closing. With a bit of exaggeration, she looks like steam might shoot out of her head at any moment. After staying like that for a while, like a malfunctioning machine, Tenebria finally managed to squeeze out words. Excuse me.
そのステージのこと、ステージのことね。
I mean the stage. I mean you. Do you want... Yeah, let's push it further. Let's push it further. Her eyes wander through empty space, showing a telltale sign of embarrassment. She seemed to have barely calmed down, but now she's malfunctioning again. Since it didn't seem like the conversation would continue like this, I decided to wrap things up here. Just kidding.
人をからかって楽しいの？
Yes. Yes.
私は帰るわ。ついてこないでよね。
And Tenebria stumbled away, running into the alley. Should I follow her? Sure. Uh-oh. In the dark alley, from beyond the dark fog, shadows rippled and revealed themselves.
またあなたたち。しつこいわね。 いつまで私につきまとうつもり？
アイドルなど教団の恥。
だがいくら子供の遊びだとしても始めた。
器は完成した。残るは儀式のみ。
あなたたち誰？私の知ってる教団のやつらじゃないわね。
そんなことは重要じゃない。
重要なのはお前の役目だ。
時は満ちた。受け入れろ。
またその話。人が変わっても言うことは同じなのね。そのわけのわからない話、もううんざりだわ。
否定しても無駄だ。
新たな時代が始まる。
開花の準備を。
だから私にちょっかい出さないでって言ったでしょ。
Damn! The survival instinct that had lain coiled beneath unbearable pressure finally tore through the cold membrane and emerged. Instead of a stage erupting with cheers, an eerily cold silence hung in the air. Ragged breaths alone filled the silence, revealing life in its most unadorned form. Tenebria? At the end of the alley, Tenebria's figure could be seen staggering as if about to collapse at any moment.
艦長。
ナイトメア号の艦長。
教団の敵。
その命、ここでもらって。
When the bodies of those lying down, black light suddenly swells up. The moment Tenebria blocks their path, an explosion erupts. Tenebria's body flew through the air like a kite with a cut string, then crashed to the ground. Tenebria!
艦長、ついてこないでって言ったでしょ。
Tenebria twitched weakly, muttered softly, then dropped her head as if losing consciousness. Stay with me. I need to get her somewhere she can be treated, just as I think that, and tried to lift the fallen Tenebria. Something strange caught the corner of my eye. Through Tenebria's clothes torn by the explosion, a somewhat strange pattern glows on her skin, on her exposed skin. I might not have noticed under normal circumstances, but when I bring my hand closer, a light rises as if responding to it. That's a pretty familiar symbol. Just a while ago, Diana had shown this seal to me several times, saying it was important. Tenebria, lying on the bed, spoke with an awkward smile.
それがつい体が動いちゃって、艦長は弱いしほっとけなかったというか。でもライブのことを考えたらやっぱり我慢するべきだったよね。私の体が丈夫でよかったわ。ほら、そんなに大した傷もないじゃない。ねえ艦長、驚いた？
Sort of.
何も聞かないの？
Will you answer if I ask?
答えられるものならね。
What about things you can't answer? Would have been nice if you told me beforehand.
ごめん。でも答えられるものなら答えるわ。知りたいことがあったら。
What's your relationship with the Chaos Order?
今の私はカオス教団によって作られたの。
Oh. And Tenebria slowly began to tell her story.
私はとても小さい頃、親を亡くしたわ。詳しいことは覚えてないの。ある日誰かに親を殺され、私は逃げた。それから私は 裏路地で生活してたの。子供一人でもゴミ箱を漁ればなんとか生きられたわ。お腹すいた。
ねえあなた一人なの？
誰？
そう警戒しなくていいから。お腹空いてない？ほらケーキ食べる？
ケーキ？
そうケーキ。私についてくればこういうものをたくさん食べられるよ。
Oh, well, then there's some red flags just going off right now.
どう？私と一緒に行かない？
行く。
いい子ね。
そうやって私はカオス教団に入ったわ。何も知らない子供は一切れのケーキに自分の人生を売り渡したの。
Tenebria's tone was calm as she confessed her past, but her voice trembled. This remembering must be painful.
その後の話も聞きたい。
But I had to listen to understand Tenebria's connection to the Chaos Order and prepare a response. When I nodded, Tenebria let out a small sigh and began her story again.
ねえ、あなたは誰？私は、バカ。自分が誰なのかも知らないの？これからは私についてきて。ここのおじさんたちちょっと怖いけど言うことさえちゃんと聞いてれば食べ物をくれるの。私の名前はベナ。私はテネブレア。なんだ、喋れるじゃない。テネブレア、変わった名前だね。あなたの夢は何？夢もないの？私はね、いつか銀河一のアイドルになるの。アイドル？え？アイドル知らないの？はあ、本当に何も知らないんだね。アイドルはね、世界で一番キラキラ輝く歌手のことだよ。キラキラ。
And then Vina fidgeted and pulled something from her pocket. It was an old, crumpled poster with a singing woman drawn on it.
これがアイドル？これはアイドルじゃないよ。あなた、本物のアイドルは見たことないよね。本物のアイドルはもっともっとキラキラしてるの。いつか本物のアイドルを見せてあげる。
みんな注目。今日から君たちにはもっと特別な仕事を任せる。教団に献身できる機会だ。光栄に思え。重要な仕事を担うことになる団員には大きな報酬が与えられるだろう。
聞いた。大きな報酬だってなんだろう。私はケーキ。またケーキ？なんでそんなにケーキが好きなの？だって美味しいから。
おいお前ら、報酬は僕たちのもんだ。さっさと諦めるんだな。
はあ？あんた何？
やるつもりなの？
二人ともやめて。
静かに。では一人ずつ前に出るように。これから君たちがやることについて説明する。
そして私たちを待っていたのは、教団員たちは私たちはカオスの奥に構わず防具もなく、一本のナイフと小さな食料袋だけを持ってカオスをモンスターから逃げて生き延びるしかなかった。 10歳にも満たない子供たちだったのにね。まあ完全に捨てられたわけじゃなかったわ。1週間か2週間、もしかすると1ヶ月だったかもしれない。たまに兄弟員たちが食料を渡しに来たの。そして誰からだったのかわからないけど、みんな当たり前のことに気づいたわ。カオスの深部をさまようより確実に
Stealing food from other
そう
children.
よ。もしかしたら最初からそうさせたかったのかも。子供たちがカオスの奥で生き残れるわけないからね。最初は100人以上の子が私と一緒にカオスに入ったわ。でも最後に残ったのは何人だったと思う？
I couldn't give any answer to the weight I felt in that question.
私はね、運がいい方だったの。
Chaos in some secluded corner. A small girl with pink hair was leaning on another girl who sat slumped against the rubble crying. Red blood flowing from the seated girl's body soaked through her rags, but neither of them cared about something like that.
バカ、なんで泣くのよ。私バカじゃないもん。じゃあ泣き虫ね。レナ、死なないで。バカ、私は死なないよ。本物のアイドルを見せてあげるって言ったじゃん。そうだ。
Vina pressed something into young Tenebria's hand. It was an object Tenebria had never seen before, even though she thought she'd always been with Vina.
これは何？それ押してみて。
When Tenebria pressed a button on the small device, a hologram image unfolded before her eyes. It was a hologram recreating the figure of a woman singing and dancing against a brilliant stage backdrop.
ほら、これが本物のアイドルだよ。本物の？もうバッテリーがなくて大事に取って。
As Venus said, the hologram image was so faint it seemed ready to go out at any moment. Tenebria, who had been staring blankly at the image, wiped her tears and exclaimed,
ベナ、私もアイドルになる。バカ。私は最高のアイドルになるんだから。ステラステージに立つ。ステラステージ？そう。銀河一の舞台だよ。じゃあ私もそこに行く。テネブレア。本物のアイドルは歌とダンスが上手いだけじゃなれない。シュー。心。うん。愛を伝えてみんなに愛される心を持っていなできる。できるよ、レナ。私、そう。じゃあステラステージでレナ。ケーキ食べたいな。レナ
Bro, that is fucked up, dude. Oh, dude.
最初一緒にいた子たちが誰もいなくなるまで そして一人になった私は人の感情を操れる能力。
That's
本当に何もない子供がたった数年で銀河一のアイドルになれると思う？館長はどう思う？そういうことよ。その後私はアイドルになったけど、本当に自分の能力と努力だけで成し遂げた結果なのか確信が持てなくなった。これが今まで言えなかった私の秘密よ。がっかりした？
I'm disappointed. Naturally, I couldn't help but be disappointed. It's foolish to worry about something like that.
そんなことって、館長がここにいるのだって、もしかしたら私の能力のせいかもしれないのよ。どうしてセキュリティ責任者が突然アイドルの体調なんかを気にするようになったのか。顔も知らないアイドルのわがままを全部受け止めた理由は何か。あれは本当に自分の意志だったのか。真実が知りたくないの。館長は確信できる？
It doesn't matter.
構わない。
You said it yourself. That you gave everything to be recognized by everyone. Because just watching from the side was enough to see that effort, that heart. If that were magic to charm people, it would surely have been the most radiant magic in the world. But let me ask you one thing. Is Tenebria the idol real? At that question, Tenebria, who had been quiet for a bit, nodded with eyes sparkling brighter than ever.
それだけは私の魂にかけて誓うわ。
Then that's all that matters. Because I'm a fan of Tenebria the idol.
館長？
The Chaos Order.
今はバイバイしたよ。アイドルとして売れて注目を集めるようになってようやく距離を置くことができたの。最近も時々訪ねてきてちょっかいを出してくるけど、何が狙いかはわからないわ。もともとそんな情報を教えてもらえる立場じゃなかったし、もう興味ないからね。
Really? The threat from the Chaos Order hadn't disappeared, rather it was approaching more clearly. They installed markers at the venue, launched ambushes, and the idol who was going to be the center of the performance was injured. If you look at it rationally, this situation clearly meant the performance should have been cancelled. You're going to perform, right? But even so, I couldn't help but ask.
私にとってはこれが全てよ。何かになりたいという欲望がなかったら今まで耐えてこられなかった。だからお願い、ライブをやらせて。私がやってきたこと、やっていきたいこと、なりたい姿、全てが諦めない。
Even if your life could be in danger.
バカみたいやね。
I suppose so. As I answer with a sigh, Tenebria purses her lips and lowers her head. It seems like she had expected this reaction, but I happen to like fools. She immediately lifted her head with wide eyes. She apparently hadn't expected that. Still, well, if you want to do it, you should. The performance is tomorrow, get plenty of rest.
本当に中止しないの？
I'm not. If I was going to cancel it, I wouldn't have asked if you wanted to do it. Yes, this nightmare received a request to eliminate risk factors as overseer of security, so this performance could proceed safely. I'll do what I can. Above all, if the Chaos Order's threat is approaching, it's better to have the date clearly set.
ありがとう。ねえ、館長。この前、ムカつくとか言ってごめんなさい。こんなに頼りになる人だって思わなかったわ。
Tenebria lowered her head and spoke haltingly. You can rely on me from time to time in the future, too.
もう かっこつけるのやめてよね。たまには頼るわ。
Dang, alright. Ooh. Okay. Let's see here. This one, Warden Manager. One, two, three, four, tempo, slower, now faster. Different kinds of lights sweep across the stage, quietly yet intensely. Spinning beams of light and intertwining melodies elevate the blank canvas of a stage into a work of art. Perfect, the stage equipment is flawless. What do you think, Alkina? I think Tenebria could push forward a bit faster than that. It would be good to add a few more variables too. She doesn't like perfectly structured stages, she finds them boring. Leaving room for some improvisational ad-libs would be... What's wrong? Oh, nothing. I noticed that you always look after Tenebria, Alkina. Usually people are more excited about Aria's performances. Oh my, I'm Tenebria's manager. Of course I look after her first. She requires a lot of attention, even if she doesn't seem like it. Really? She always seems so confident, like she can handle anything. Not exactly. Like the time she went out wearing mismatched socks while half asleep. Stories of Tenebria's clumsiness poured out of Alkina for a while. Tara's expression grew stranger as she listened quietly. This might be rude, but Alkina, you seem less like Tenebria's manager and more like an older sister, maybe, or her mother. Tenebria would be upset if she heard that, but Alkina, you seem happy to hear it. Of course. I've watched her chase her dreams since she was young. I remember when she was small, smiling and saying she wanted to make other people happy. Being able to watch her like that, I consider it a blessing. I hope she can smile like that forever. You really do see her as a daughter, don't you? Now, Tenebria must be happy to have someone like you, Alkina. I hope you two are together for a long time. It was so brief that Clara didn't notice. Yes, I hope so. A shadow flickered across Alkina's face. She's hiding something. She knows something. What is it that she's hiding? I don't know, it's probably just my paranoia. Okay, let's see. The excitement at the venue was soaring sky high. It was only natural as the performance by the galaxy's most famous idols was about to begin.
結局やるのね、ライブ。
Because that's what they want.
要員の配置は終わったわ。視聴室からも支援が来てる。あまり心配しないで。もし何かあってもすぐに対応できるように手を尽くしておいたから。ライブ開始まで外側を確認してくるわ。
I whisper while watching Renoa's back as she leaves. I hope nothing goes wrong, but that's unlikely. The lights of Stella's stage began to ignite one by one. Aria's song ended, and cheers from the audience echoed beyond the barrier. Now it's Tenebria's turn. Tenebria was rumbling slightly backstage, whether from Tenebria was trembling slightly backstage, whether from nerves or excitement. You can do it.
いってらっしゃい
Good-
テネブレ
館長歩きな。うん。行ってくるわね。
However, despite Tenebria's determination, the situation changed drastically. Murmuring sounds came from all directions, and agents from the SS Identity burst into the backstage area. And among them, blood-soaked Yuki walked out with a fierce smile. Damn. Yuki.
やっと戻ってこれた。死ぬかと思ったじゃん。カオス教団の関係者さん。さっさ第2ラウンドの準備はできた。
Tenebria's face hardened.
あなた、私のステージで何を？ いやいや、あんたじゃなくて、
Yuki raised her sword, pointing at someone.
そっち。
Alkina, who was standing next to Tenebria. Oh shit, she is a bad guy. Yo. While Tenebria stood frozen, Alkina looked at Yuki with a blank expression. Amir and Adelaide followed, and beside them, Haida Marie stepped forward, holding some documents.
特捜部長の証言をもとに証拠は全て収集しています。ステージに危険物質を搬入したのも、カオス教団と継続的に接触していたのも、全てあなたの行いだということは判明済みです。
Damn, okay, so I was right, she was a bad guy. Damn, okay.
おとなしくご同行願います。
Tenebria looked back at Alkina in a
こ
daze.
れ何の話？そんなわけ。歩きな。
Alkina looked at Tenebria, still with an empty expression. Soon that face twisted with indifference.
結局こうなるのね。仕方ない。歩きな。何を言ってるの？あなたはあなたのやりたいことをしなさい。私も私のやるべきことをするから。
Alkina pulled something out from her pocket.
カオスレリック？
Nearby agents thrust their weapons towards Alkina, but even faster than that is the environmental change emanating from the Chaos Relic Alkina is holding. A thick darkness began to sweep through the venue. A Chaos Bloom. The surrounding scenery twists and tangles chaotically. Fragments of reality shatter, and the laws that constitute the world are replaced with something alien. The interior of the enclosed venue expands infinitely, and human presence grows distant. It is clearly a Chaos Bloom phenomenon.
これは一体。
At the same time, the Chaos Order emerged from within the dark fog. Pandemonium unfolds in the Chaos backstage.
アーデル、艦長を捕まえて。
Haida Marie and Adelaide rushed toward me simultaneously, and I grabbed Tenebria's hand as she reached out blankly toward Alkina.
艦長。
The next moment, a dark fog engulfed the world. Damn. So my paranoia was justified. She is the bad guy. Okay. Oh, damn. Theater of Illusions. Okay, let's go. My paranoia was justified. Wait. Why is it, the fucking thing was... okay, I gotta read this. It was on freaking autoplay. A song rippling through the stars. Now what exactly happened? This is a chaos, right? Whoops. Why is there chaos inside the Ark? It smells really bad. I recall the situation before the dark fog covered my vision. The alien energy I felt from Alkina's chaos relic. I've encountered someone using a chaos relic once before, but this felt different. No, rather than a chaos relic, it felt more like the center of chaos itself. Chaos core.
何か言いましたか?
The puzzle pieces fit together in my mind. The theater of illusions we explored at the Elianad Pioneer Bassett before it didn't have a core. I don't know what method she used, but Alkina separated the core from the theater of illusions and made it bloom anew inside the SS identity. The dream world where we sense newly occurring chaos energy must have been connected to that too.
どうしてこんなことを?
Tenebria murmured blankly while looking around. If you're curious, you'll have to ask.
艦長.
Yes, his nightmare communication support is down, but serving as a guide in a place like this is my specialty. Let's go, Tenebria. The performance isn't over yet. Okay, we gotta get to the end.
アイドルは常に完璧じゃないと。
皆さん負けません。皆さんの力を貸してください。皆さん容赦しません。
悪い狼さん倒そう。それ。
Skim it. This. There's something else something about this painting. Hey, Fairy, what's up?
降臨の瞬間を予言したエイよ。
Excuse me.
怖い。カオス教団の教師。
Tired? Yeah, I'm tired too. After I'm done reading, I'm planning on going to sleep.
霧の中の女性。
Don't care about you.
名前は知らないわ。
Ah, don't be like that. I'm tired.
教師はカオスの向こうから現世に降臨する瞬間を待っているらしい。
Does that mean she's not here now?
実際存在しているかどうかもわからないわ。
Well, Fair, you can like go to bed. Go take a nap if you can. Take a power nap. Yeah, take like a 5-minute power nap.
でもこっちにいるなら降臨だのなんだの騒ぐ必要もないと思うのよね。
I remember I took power naps all the time during college, during all those lectures. Except for see for minutes and see for minutes it's then 3 hours. Oh yeah, damn. I sleep in lectures, yeah.
ま、教団の偉い奴らは何か知っているかも。
気持ち悪い絵ですね。
Okay, taking the eye. Increase damage from out of the scene of representation. I'll just take it. There you go. There we go. I'll give it to there. I want some exports already. Ah, really? Traces of purity are helplessly crushed, powerless in the face of cosmic feet. The paint on the wall peels away, and the lifelike eyes, whose luster has faded, gaze at the group. Yeah, to see to some exit. Oh, okay, gotcha. Oh, gotcha, okay.
アイドルは常に完璧じゃないと。私
what's
の
this
ステー
do?
ジよく見てなさい。
Oh.
負けません。皆さん準備はいいですね。
タイムトゥーシャイン。ほとばしる感情を味わって。
皆さんの力を貸してください。
私のステージよく見てな。胸のリズムに身を任せて。タイムトゥーシャイン。はっ。
Let's do. Almost there, just a little further. Conductor preparation complete. Okay. Make sure it's taken care of. Gotta let that child find out. Got it. The saint feeding on the despair that bloomed from chaos shall be reborn as the true Messiah. Party ordered. It's just like seeing that day again at last, finally. Alkina. Hmm.
これは
巨像の劇場は人々の思念を強く反映するカオスです。これはアルキナの意識が残した幻影でしょうか。
Debria, who had been watching the scene, muttered coldly.
最初から私を騙してたの。
Drops of blood were falling from her clenched fists. Yeah, let's give it to... Alright, yep, let's go. Okay, let's see. Let's go down here.
アイドルは常に完璧じゃないと。
負けません。
私のステージよく見てなさい。胸のリズムに身を任せ。
皆さんの力を貸してください。皆さん負けません。皆さん準備はいいですね。負けません。容赦しません。
捕まったりしない。一緒に日本は山。悪い狼さん倒そう。友達を守って。タイムトゥーシャイン。
皆さん準備はいいですね。
私のステージよくテネブレアのフォトチャンス。これであなたも私のファンね。捕まったりし
Good
ない。
enough, okay.
負けま
Go
せ
play
ん。
this, let's see what happens. Oh. Gave me a divine FB.
エディニティ号の名のもとに処罰します。
悪い王か捕まったりしない。悪いお城が私を守った。
Nice. Not pulling Adele. Yeah, I'm starting to regret that too. Adele is actually pretty freaking good. She pairs really well with I have so many characters, yeah. Yeah, but she pairs like really well with Yuki, and I wanna like use Yuki more, but I really need Adele for a team I have in mind. Yeah. I have a lot of characters too. I'm like saving for like the next set of characters gonna be released, right? So
お菓子の家に着いたの？あれ、いつの間に。
Adele, Yuki, guitar. Yeah, that's a good combo, right? Yeah.
いらっしゃい。
Adele can Adele, from what I've seen, right? Adele is pretty good at sustaining, so
選んでる間、いっぱいだけ。
sustaining herself. So
で、
let's see. I'll just remove.
ごゆっくりどうぞ。どうせ他のお客さんもいないし。綺麗に消して。また来てくださいね。
We're gonna shop a few days to reset. Yeah, gotcha. Yep. Yeah, in a few days it'll reset. What do we have here? Through the thick fog, an abandoned easel and a floating canvas greet the group. The room is filled with pungent smell of wet oil paint, and the painting on the canvas seems to come to life. Yep. Oh, what's this? A canvas. The painting is scary. Oh, let's take a look at it. The group stays on guard, wary of the canvas. As they focus their awareness, the canvas eagerly draws in their souls as if it had been waiting. What? Captain, watch out. Ah, I get to pick. When they came to, the ground beneath their feet was no longer solid. It was the sea of rippling paint. In other words, the inside of the canvas. Amid the confusion of a fading sense of reality, scattered memories flowed through their minds. like keywords. The canvas, a familiar face indeed. Is that? Take it. As the group peers into the canvas, a painting materializes before their eyes. You can open in items for black thorn currents. Oh, okay. Preserved within an image is the younger version of someone familiar. As the girl fixed her eyes on the group, a sensation washes over them, not of time slowing, but flowing in reverse. Oh yeah, by the way, there's a Steam summer sale going on, right? There's lots of good deals going on. I can see Alkina reporting a new proposal to Tenebria as she spent time in her quarters.
テネブレア、今回のライブは銀が最大のライブになると思う。
銀が最大？本当に？私は確かに宇宙一のアイドルだけど、アイドル以外の分野だとまだライバルと呼べる相手がいる。
Yeah, I saw a Digimon game that was originally like $66 Canadian or something. Dropped down by like 90%, so it's like $9 or something, I think. $9 or $7. Cybersooth, yeah. Yeah, the price really dropped on that one. Yeah, buy it, yeah.
自信がないとかそういうことじゃなくて、でも
It's like three. Ah, yeah. Yeah, it's like $7 or $9, I think. Right now.
いいえ、疑う余地のない銀が最大の規模よ。ステラステージの全席完売を目指しているの。これ以上のライブは物理的に不可能だからね。
ステラステージ？
そう、やっと実感が湧いてきた。や
っとあの約束を。なんでもないわ。それにしてもステラステージでのワンマンライブだなんて、よくそんなこと。
ああ、ワンマンライブじゃないの。今回のライブはアリアとの合同ライブだから。
え？
だからアリアとの合同ライブ。
アルキナ、私がどれだけアリアのことが嫌いか知ってるでしょ。どうしてそんな提案を引き受けたの？
引き受けたんじゃなくて、私から提案したの。
どうして？
銀河最大のライブというタイトルのためよ。このライブを成功させたら、あなたは一番を超えて永遠に輝く星になれる。
じゃあアリアは、あの子は何になるの？
アリアが怖いの？
いいえ、いいわ。やってやろうじゃない。
そう、私の知ってるテネブレア、銀河一のアイドルならそう来なくちゃね。
Shield, one Lux blessing. Let's just give it to Adele. Epiphany. Let's get this one. Yep. When you came to, you found yourself back in the cold hallway where you had been before. All that remains in your hand is a single cold painting, preserving the girl's faint smile. Alkina. If you go to the very end, you'll find your answer. The group pressed onward. But Tenebria's eyes still looked hazy, as though she couldn't quite pull her focus away from the time that had already passed. Alright, let's see. How far is it? Okay, it's just like... we're about halfway, I guess. Okay.
Idol 皆さん、準備を。皆さんの力を貸してください。
捕まったりし悪い狼捕まったりしない。タイムトゥーシャイン。胸のリズムに身を任せて。私のステップ激しく。悪い狼さん倒そう。
死は怖くありません。だからこそ立ち向かうんです。
Nice. What's this? On the stage, bathed in soft flickering light, stands a golden chalice filled with an unknown liquid, awaits the group. In the dense aura of chaos, thought in event that should have already passed is reenacted. I support your work, a tragic art born from a meeting of lies and truth, even if at the end of that grand epic, only futility remains. Art. This is just my goal. Are you familiar with the saying that the audience is part of the work? To have your essence lingered in the chalice is a joy for me as well. I'll accept your gesture. Tenebria, you will come to me. Or perhaps you're simply taking the stage as you always do, and this time it is I who stands upon it. I do hope you become a magnificent work of art. When the lingering influence of the hazy thoughts finally waned, my eyes rested upon Tenebria, the chalice ready at her lips, as though bewitched by some mysterious aroma. And when Tenebria was finished with her imbibing, her eyes were glossed over, and it seemed her mind was once again lingering in another dimension. As they approach to rouse Tenebria, something floods into their minds. Oh, okay. Let's, oh, this one, I guess. Nice. Ooh. Yep, why not? Wait, what's Quietus do again? I can't remember. Oh, when this card is discarded. Okay, right. Yeah, we'll take it. There you go. Slowly, they are absorbed into the memory. Now, this must be a memory of Tenebria and Alkina. Besides Tenebria, who has taken her first steps as a rookie idol, I can see Alkina celebrating with her.
テネブレア見てこれ。この前のオーディション合格の連絡が来たの。は、本当？
当然じゃない。私は宇宙一のアイドルになるんだから。
そうね。テネブレアなら合格できると信じてたよ。
本当にアルキナもそう思ってた？
もちろん。
The memory of Tenebria and Alkina. Surely it must have been a memory that gave her the strength to keep going, but it can no longer do that. Tenebria's eyes were brimming with tears. Alkina, no matter how much I think about it, I don't understand. I just don't understand. This isn't the time for this. Come on, let's go. I'll have to meet her and ask. I'm sure Alkina will be waiting.
Time to shine. 胸のリズムに身を任せて。
負けません。皆さん容赦しません。
私のステージよくやー
負けません。皆さんの力を貸してください。
捕まタイムトゥーシャインテネブレアのフォトチャンス。これであなたも私のファンね。
皆さん準備はいいですね。
悪い狼友達を守って。はっ。
Thousands of sheets of manuscript paper covering the floor so densely there's barely room to step. Greet the group like a field of white snow, as if invisible ghosts were tapping away countless typewriters, let out mechanical screams spreading out across the sea of paper. On the desk in the middle of the room, a thick book bound in red leather awaits the group. This is... could it be a script? There's something familiar radiating from that large book. Yeah, I ain't reading that. Is it a poem? It's difficult. Yeah. Okay. It's a difficult passage to understand. It was probably written that way on purpose. As it moved to examine the huge script, a familiar energy envelops the group as if it had a will of its own. As if there is something it desperately wants to show them.
このライブを成功させたら、あなたは一番を超えて永遠に輝く星になれる。
じゃあアリアはあの子は何になるの？
アリアが怖いの？
いいえ、いいわ。やってやろうじゃない。
そう、私の知ってるテネブレア、銀河一のアイドルならそう来なくちゃね。偽りの聖女が餌に食いつ真の聖女と偽りの聖女。これで二人のメシアの器が集う教団の老いぼれたち。いつまでも私を見下せると思わないで。あなたたちがうじうじしている間、大海に最も近づいたのは私なんだから。もうすぐあの方が復活する。
いきなり合同ライブなんかを進めた理由はそういうことだったの？
テネブレアなら合格できると信じてたよ。
本当にアルキナもそう思ってた？
もちろん。能力の開花は成功した。彼女の歌は人の心を操り、その力を吸収して蓄積できる。予定通りに計画が進めば、偽りの聖女はメシアの器になれる。
私をスカウトしてアイドルとして売れるようにサポートしてくれた。全部嘘だったの。
The deeper they ventured into the chaos, the more turbulent Tenebria's emotions became. What she was shown was a play with the truth concealed within it. The thoughts of the past she could not let go tormented her, endlessly appearing in different forms each time like an illusion without end. That's right, from the very beginning. It was all a play from the very beginning. Let's move, Captain. No matter what, we have to press on. The group press forward toward the truth, keeping a watchful eye on Tenebria, who seems shaken.
いらっしゃい。所持クレジットは十分かなって毎度ってまた来てくださいね。
The scenes reflected in the chaos were gradually returning to the past. As time reversed, both Tenebria and Alkina grew younger little by little. Throughout the rewinding time, Alkina was always there beside Tenebria. She appears before Tenebria, who wants to become an idol, but is lost about where to start and scouts her. Then, when Tenebria escapes from the Chaos Order, she follows. She trains Tenebria, who has been living her daily life in the Order. As she takes away Tenebria, who collapsed exhausted before the coldly indifferent Vina. As she hands food to Tenebria, who was wandering lost in the chaos. And finally, what I saw at the end of it all was... The separation experiment on the Chaos Core succeeded, albeit imperfectly. I wonder if there's a candidate vessel for the Messiah. In the back alley of the Pioneer base, where not even human shadow remains, a young child can be seen rummaging through the trash can. Oh, she was the one who offered her cake. Is that... She was the one who offered her cake.
ケーキ食べる？いい子ね。私についてこない？
From the very, very beginning. At the end of the path, reflecting the past, Alkina was waiting for us for Tenebria.
来てくれたのね、テネブリア。あなたを待っていた。
アルキナ、最初から私を騙してたのね。
最初からじゃない。カオス教団にいた頃は騙す必要もなかったから。強いて言うなら、教団を抜け出したあなたに近づいた時からよ。器は本人の意志で完成させてこそ完璧になる。私はそばであなたを手伝うふりをして、あなたが自ら器を完成させるのを待っていたの。その過程ですでに完成済みの器を見つけたから、少し計画を修正することになったけど、あなたは私たちが作り上げたメシアの器、一度手に入った宝物をそう簡単に手放してやるわけないでしょ。お互い残念だったね。ライブが無事に進んでいたら真の聖女を生贄にできたはずなのに、こうなった以上不完全な器でも使わせてもらわなきゃ。許せない。
Tenebria rushes forward. Tenebria!
待って。
With absurd ease, Tenebria's attack reached Alkina's body without any resistance. Alkina, who allowed the attack without resistance, coughs up blood, and Tenebria retreats in panic.
何？アルキナ、どうして？
どうして止めなかったのかって。それはもちろんここまでが私の計画だったからね。
The fog begins to writhe.
一体何？
教主様を復活させるためには器になる生贄がいる。偽りの聖女と真の聖女、二人のメシア。でも生贄として捧げるものが必ずメシア。
Alkina slowly raised her hand and caressed Tenebria's cheek.
主様が降臨する。テネブレア、生き残りなさい。生き残ってみんなに聞かせてあげるのよ。
The moment all of the chaos began to pulsate. Oh shit! Then a transparent thorn that shot out from beyond the thick fog on stage pierced straight through Alkana's body. As if accepting an offering, Alkana's body dragged beyond the fog and disappears. God damn. From beyond the fog, the sound of parts that made up a human being torn apart echoed clearly. A scream burst from Tenebria's mouth, but the next moment,
一つ目の生贄、お前を受け入れよう。
Bro. Yo. The world made of discord trembles under the crushing pressure weighing down on the entire body. Our knees buckle involuntarily.
これは艦長、怖い。
The fog parts, and a presence that crushed my mind just by looking at it reveals itself from beyond. Oh, damn.
二つ目の生贄、お前に命ずる。一つになれ。
A huge hand twisted into a horrific shape. As if it were an object of worship, the insignia of the Chaos Order is engraved on each joint. That a hand was gazing at Tenebria.
これがあなたたちが崇拝してやまない教主ってやつなの。こんなやつから生き延びろだなんて。最後まで無茶を言うわね。震えているなあ。かわいそうに。
恐れることはない。我がお前たちを救ってやろう。
私たちを。そんな救いいらないわ。
Tenebria's trembling voice subsided, replaced by resolve.
いいわ、歩きな。生き延びてあげる。銀河一のアイドルがこんなところで立ち止まるなんてありえないの。艦長、手伝ってくれるわよね。
Of course. Everyone prepare for combat. Alright, let's go beat this thing. Alright, let's do this. Here. Ooh. Wait, why can't I activate? Wait, why can't I go here? This is story. There's the okay. Oh wait, no, 13 dash. Oh wait, 13-1. Okay, that just branches off. Okay, yeah, that's one of the branching ones, right? Okay. Do this one. Read the branching one after, and then we'll do yeah. All right, let me see what we got.
捕まったりしちゃう本は山。タイムトゥーシャイン。テネブレアのフォトチャンス。これであなたも私のファンね。歌うことをやめない限り、私たちは永遠に輝く。私のステージ、タイムトゥーシャイン激しく。私のステージ、ね。
皆さん、準備負けません。皆さん、準備はいいですね。負けません。エディニティ号の名のもとに遅すぎた後悔よ。皆さん、負けません。皆さん、
悪い狼さん倒そうタイムトゥーシャイン胸のリズムに身を任せて私のステージはっは
負けません。皆さん、小さな光を最大限に集めて鋭く華麗に。
タイムトゥーシャイン私のステージよく見てなさい激しく
負けません。皆さん、準備はいいですね。エディニティ号の名のもとに容赦しません。負けません。
私のステージよく見てなさいほとばしる感情をありタイムトゥーシャイン
皆さんの力を貸してください。
私のステージよく見てなさいタイムトゥーシャインテネブレアのフォトチャンスこれであなたも私のファンね捕まったりしない一緒に絵本を読もう私のステー胸のリズムに身を任せてタイムトゥーシャインはっ私のステージはっ
Nice.
倒した
The stage becomes unstable and space trembles. Spider web of rifts spread in all directions, and through them fragments of broken space are visible. Oh, there's more. This thing got uglier. Okay.
いや、終わってなどおらん。終焉はすなわち対等。まだ終わってないんですか。いくらでも戦ってやる。
Tenebria rose to her feet while saying this, but her voice sounds clearly exhausted. The fingers groping through the discord spread open once more, and the gaze beyond fixed on the side. Wide open eyes rolled around the fingers as they approach overhead.
ああ、そうか、お前が用意された器なのだな。お前を取り込み一つとなって。その汚い手、どけて。
At that moment, a chilling sensation runs down my spine. Presence that seems to strangle space itself, an immense pressure incomparable to moments before surges in all directions. The huge hand is sucked beyond the rifts. Before those words could be finished, the oppressive presence vanished as if it washed away. The void that swallowed the hand rapidly contracted again as if it had finished its duty, and the chaos began to collapse from the shock of space twisting. Yep. And a single finger extending through the final gap snatches Tenebria, who was swaying before my eyes. Tenebria! Barely managed to reach out and grab hold of Tenebria. However, Tenebria and I were already caught in the narrowing gap of the rift. At this rate, the moment I touched the watch, Tenebria shook her head.
それ使わない方がいいわ使うたびに身を削られる思いをしてるんでしょ
How did you?
本当は知ってたの私も時々得体の知れないものに見られているような感覚がしてたのよね館長からも同じものを感じていつか機会があれば話そうと思っていたけどこれが私の最後の秘密 秘密の多い女は魅力的って言うけど、どうだった？
You were the most charming.
そうならよかった。私はどうせ身寄りのない天涯孤独の身だし、私なんかが消えても誰も悲しまないわ。
Countless fans are waiting for your performance.
いや、あの人たちは私を愛しているわけじゃないわ。私の力に操られていただけ。唯一影響を受けていないのは。
And Tenebria looked at me, took a breath, and let go. In the moment I was pushed back by the repulsive force, I saw what lay beyond the rift. Tenebria, falling into the void beyond the rift, was smiling.
艦長、絶対私のことを忘れないでね。カオスに入るたびに私を思い出して、私を探して、カオスをさまよい続けて、そしてあなたの義務を果たすの。私たちが会えない不確かな可能性が浄化されたら、一つに並んだ時空の果てで私たちはまた会えるわ。
Damn, so she's just gone? No. This epilogue, there's multiple, oh my god, there's multiple things I gotta read here, hold on. Side story, Guardians. Darkness pours onto the galaxy's most famous stage, a catastrophe spewed by Discord engulfs everything. The twisted power instantly strikes to, the staff near the performance and reaches out to the audience. Daddy, wake up please. Huh? The girl shaking the fallen man's body appeared face to face with the human dripping yellowish saliva. An ordinary audience member who has been sitting next to her just moments ago anticipating the next performance, but now swept up in the power of chaos, their red eyes are filled with hunger. Don't come any closer. A girl beside a man trapped under the rubble of a building collapsed by the chaos bloom cries out desperately. There's no one anywhere who can take care of her. Chaos energy rages in all directions as dark fog envelops the entirety of Distella's stage. The once orderly concert hall is now filled with orderless discord. Crowds scattering in all directions and terror. Members of the Chaos Order emerge from the dark fog. Even the discord energy has a lethal effect with any sentient being it comes into contact with. But there are those who shine brightly in such moments. The monster that was moving toward the girl is hit by a bullet out of nowhere. Are you alright? Mika, Ray, Owen, evacuate the remaining people. Got it, Agent Ray moving out. Everyone this way. I will provide cover. Mir, we're breaking through, cover the rear. Understood, Chief. During that confusion, Sylvia and Diana, who arrived at the scene late, approached Renoa with the agents. Renoa, where's the mayor? The mayor went into the chaos with Captain. Since the Protoss is already inside, our job is to clean up the confusion outside. Understood, I'll do what I can. I'll help too. As Sylvia nodded, birds of light took flight around them, and a bullet from the galaxy crosses through the gap. Immediately, the members of the Chaos Order, forcing their way through the gaps in chaos, were simultaneously torn apart. Leave the cover to me. That's helpful. But the outlook wasn't optimistic. The dark fog started to extend beyond the Stella stage, spreading outside the SS identity. The number of enemies to face continued to grow. Not only the Chaos Order, but also the mutated citizens. We have to hold out until Captain escapes. With that thought in mind, Renoa frowned. Something unusual began to happen. Melody ringing out from somewhere begins to push back the surrounding dark fog. A song. The chaos energy is weakening. The singer of her generation heard her songs were special, but I didn't know they had that kind of power. As Yuki muttered, Renoa looked at Aria on stage in the middle of This hellish scene, filled with blood and screams, the monsters and members of the Chaos Order closing in on all sides, gripping the microphone with trembling hands. Arya mustered all of her courage to sing. Everyone, keep fighting. Don't give up. In sync with her voice, the dark fog covering the area receded. Is it neutralizing the chaos energy? I've only heard rumors of this ability, and it is activated by singing. Even in the confusion where visibility was next to none, Arya continued her song. I don't know how, but thanks to that, things seem to have stabilized. Even so, unless Captain removes the core inside, the source of chaos won't disappear. In the meantime, we have to do what we can. After a deep breath, a command followed like roaring thunder. Everyone protect Arya while we take out the enemy. Excuse me. Epilogue 1. When I opened the door and entered, Renault and Haida Marie were sitting at their desks with exhausted faces looking up. They looked more tired than when exploring chaos, as if they hadn't rested properly for days. Oh, Captain. Oh, right, this poisoned me.
まだ他のことは山ほど残っているけどね。
Thanks to the efforts of the agents who were at the scene, the casualties were very minimal compared to the scale of the incident. However, what the Empire focused on wasn't the number of casualties, but something else.
ナイトメア号の分析結果は出たの。あのカオスのコアは。
Just as expected, the structure of the core that bloomed at Stella's stage this time pointed to the same origin as the Theater of Illusions, the center of chaos that blooms only on planets and expands its range based on that foundation. The Chaos Order has found a way to excise and separate cores from chaos, then make them bloom again. Until now, there was a perception that space and arcs were safe from chaos except in special cases like being swept into the influence of ultra-large-scale chaos. But now that bulwark has been broken down by the Chaos Order. Naturally, the Empire was closely monitoring this situation.
目撃者がこれほど多いのだから口封じなんて不可能だと思っていましたけど、ここまで完璧に隠蔽できるものなんですね。さすがは帝国というべきでしょうか。
Haida Marie lowered her gaze with a bitter expression. It's what they always do. The bloom of the Theater of Illusions that occurred on the SS Identity was announced as an unfortunate accident at Stella's stage. Ordinary citizens across space will simply feel sorry about the small accident, then continue with their daily lives.
ありのままの真実を発表したらみんなショックを受けるでしょうけど、本当にこれは正しいことなんでしょうか。
正しいかどうかは分かりませんが、秩序を保つためには必要なのかもしれません。
Renault said it reluctantly.
私、この件が片付いたら引退しようかなと思います。
Didn't you just get elected as mayor?
こういうのを見てると自信がなくなるんです。そうだ、私もナイトメア号に乗るのはどうでしょう。私く
Renault's jealousy showing. For a moment, Renault's gaze turned cold, but perhaps exhausted from paperwork, she quietly signed and turned her head.
テネブレアさんは
We're searching, but not yet. A similar situation had occurred with Rita, but this time things were a bit different. Unlike Rita, who possessed the ability to drift through the void and observe worlds, it was uncertain whether Tenebria had the capability to detect and capture signals, even if the SS Nightmare transmitted them. Haida Marie's expression darkened. There was one part of the Empire's information manipulation that Haida Marie had actively cooperated with.
アリアさんが追悼公演を開くそうです。そんなことしなくていいのに。
A heavy atmosphere enveloped the room. A small gasp from the corridor beyond the wall. Then the door opened and Adelheid appeared, raising her hand to point outside the window.
艦長見て、空から友達が落ちてる。
Renoa, Haida Marie, everyone turned their heads towards the window following that cry. Above Stella's stage, through a rift that appeared in the empty sky, a single beam of light glowing bright pink was falling. Now that's pretty tough. Great job, Yuki. It's because you moved in the middle without backup, Chief. It would have been easier if you told us in advance. Sometimes you have to improvise, Amir. If I hadn't moved like that alone to tail them, the other side wouldn't have shown up. In the end, if it weren't for Captain, it would have been a disaster. I told you, improvise. I did that because I trusted Captain. I just did my part. You always have to have the upper hand, don't you? I'm SID Chief. Of course I have to have the upper hand. Still, comforting a child is hard. What? Adelaide, don't cry. We'll only be separated for a little while, right? Stop. Clara turns to look this way, breaking out in cold sweat. Yuki and Amir were also sweating nervously, avoiding eye contact. It took a while before Adelaide finally calmed down. Are you feeling a little calmer now? Yeah. Seriously, when you cry like that, it puts me in a tough spot too. But we'll be in Terraskyon anyway, so we see each other again. But still, Clara, we're friends. I know. No matter where you go or what you do, that will never change, Adelaide. Okay. Geez, your eyes are all puffy. Clara gave a wry smile as she gently wiped in Adelaide's face with a tissue. You can't cry like that just because I'm not around, okay? The Special Investigation Department of the SS Justicia will always welcome you, Clara. Given the courage you've shown, I'm sure you'd be welcome anywhere, really. Huh? Come to think of it, I think I've had a similar offer. Clara's gaze turned toward me. Captain said if I was interested, I should visit the SS Nightmare with Adele sometime. Captain said that. It's not easy to earn that kind of recognition, at least when it comes to chaos exploration. I think you both have the qualities of excellent agents. Your performance on the SS Identity was remarkable. Adelaide's growth has been especially noticeable. Of course, this is only about potential. I don't want to command that you risk your lives. Clara, are you going to the prince's ship? I want to go too. I better clear my schedule as soon as possible, it seems. Let's play together again, you too, Captain. Anytime. We're going on another adventure together. Adele, you love adventures, right? Yeah, I love them. Adelaide's voice trailed off mid-sentence. Her excited voice turned inward, and suddenly Adelaide quietly clutched something. The teddy bear she always carried was gently clutched in her hand. Adele? What's wrong? That's nothing. Adelaide quietly lowered her head. I was just wondering where Mr. Bear might be. Mr. Bear? My old friend. He helped Adele to become a good child. I hope you can see him again. Do you want to look for Mr. Bear together later? Yeah, okay. Next time, let's go on an adventure together. Let's do this one. Dimensional Gap, EP.
ここは
In the twisted space all around, Tenebria looked around blankly. Something feels alien. In the bizarre darkness where even time and space don't function properly, the only thing visible to her, the only thing visible is herself, reflected as if in a mirror. Tenebria within a mirror. Oh, damn.
アイドルかそんなつまらない夢を叶えるためにあなたは必死に生きてるのですかあなた誰あなたのもう一つの可能性とでも言っておきましょうあなたになり得たかもしれない存在あなたが選んだ別の選択肢が積みまああなたよりはマシな形のあなたと言えるでしょう
Those words ring like a spell sweeping through twisted space. Although Tenebria was in pain and felt like her entire body was being wrung out, she opened her eyes even wider.
バカなことを抵抗する姿が滑稽ですね どうせ私たちはいつかまた巡り合うというのに、この世界はあなたが認識しているよりずっと脆くて壊れやすく、灰色の女が存在する限り、私たちはいつでも会える。だから今のうちに一つになるのはどうですか？少しでも手間が省けるように。まず一つ、私はあなたなんかとは違う。あなたはあなたに潜む無限の可能性に気づいていない。あなたは本来アイドルよ。銀河一のアイドル。私がそうなるって決めたの。他の誰でもない私が、私の意志で。他のやつに邪魔されるなんて許さない。だから消えて。
With those words, the world that surrounded her began to shatter.
メッセージを再生します。
テネブレア、あなたがこれを聞いているということは、あなたは生き残って私は死んだということでしょう。私は一緒にはいられないけど、おめでとう。許してなんて言わない。私には選択肢がなかったの。私もカオス教団で作られたものだから。あなたよりももっと明確な目的を持ってね。カオスの向こうから教団が崇拝する教主を復活させること。あなたと違って私は逆らうことすらできなかった。私の人生はどこにもなかった。だから私は教団に操られるままそばで見守ることしかできなかったけど、せめてあなたにはやりたいことをやってほしかった。長いといえば長く、短いといえば短い時間だったけれど、あなたは本当に美しく、キラキラ光るあなたの姿は本当に眩しかった。歌を歌って人々を幸せにするあなたの姿を見ていると、まるで素敵だったよ、テネブレア。私の人生で一番のアイドル、私の宝物。誰が何と言っても私の一番はあなただった。目に収めることはできないでしょうけど、あなたのステージこそ私にとってのマグルムオプスよ。ライブ無事終わるといいね。手伝えなくてごめんなさい。もっと優しくしてあげられなくてごめんなさい。ケーキ嫌いにさせちゃってごめんなさい。どうか幸せに最後までキラキラ光っていて。
メッセージの再生を終了します。メッセージを再生します。
テネブレア、あなたがこれを聞いているということは、あなたは生き残って、私は
あいつの部屋で見つかったものだよ。本当は証拠だから持ち出せないけど、特別にね。
Thanks, Yuki. Yuki waved her hand as if to say, don't mention it, and disappeared. Watching that figure disappear, I sat down silently beside Tenebria. Tenebria stares with vacant eyes at Alcana's repeating message. From the rift of oblivion beyond chaos, Tenebria miraculously returned. After she returned, Tenebria seemed like someone who had lost something that should never be lost. But even so, I believe she will rise again. because
艦長はカオスと戦うことが仕事だと言ったわね。
yes,
私の仕事はアイドルよ。それでも呼んで。私役に立つわ。以前も見たと奴らに報いを受けさせてやる。
Now, beyond the pooled tears, Tenebria's eyes were shining brightly. You're always welcome. On the SS Nightmare, there will always be a place reserved for the galaxy's greatest idol.
新規臭い話はこれで終わり。
With those words, Tenebria stood up from her seat and patted her cheeks
艦
energetically.
長、私のライブも艦長ならいつでも大歓迎よ。あなたの席は常に用意しておくから必ず見に来て。
I'll be looking forward to it.
何を遠い未来のことみたいに言ってるの？今
Huh? Contrary to what happened in front of the rift, Tenebria grabbed my wrist and pulled me forcefully.
今夜リベンジコンサートでしょ？忘れたの？最前列でちゃんと見ないとダメだからね。終わったら感想を聞かせてもらうわ。一瞬も見逃すんじゃないわよ。
I'll do my best. I let myself be dragged along with a wry smile. Fortunately, it seemed the dream of the galaxy's greatest idol still sparkles brightly. Okay, we are not done. We still got this one. The rooftop of Stella's stage was not frequently visited, with no performances when no performances were scheduled. But today, two figures who seemed to have little connection to the place, like it were engaged in conversation. Oh, it's this character. The incident at Stella's stage was most regrettable. If I had provided more information, we could have minimized the damage. Now, the information you shared was tremendously helpful. If not for the tip that the Chaos Order had infiltrated, the damage would have been much greater. Perhaps even to a degree that the Empire would have struggled to cover up. It wasn't purely out of goodness of my own heart. This incident opened up a seat on the expert committee, and I profited from it as well. There's one more thing I'd like to discuss. Rosaria turned to look at Sylvia. Have you had a chance to consider the proposal I made? What do you think? Is there anything you would like to add? I believe I mentioned that business proposals should be directed to the mayor's office. No, but you know very well that isn't what this is, don't you, Sylvia? I have no interest in a business partnership. It's you I'm interested in, you. A celebrated excuse me. A celebrated mathematical prodigy, and on top of that, a creation gift. If you hadn't strayed down the path of being an agent along the way, who knows where you'd be now. I don't believe this is an appropriate topic for a place like this. Sylvia cut the impassioned Rosaria off in a cold tone. Apologies how rude of me, but I do want to empathize that we would very much like to collaborate with you, Sylvia. If a formal position is too much, perhaps a sponsorship. If that is all you had to discuss, I'll take my leave. The mayor is waiting for me. Sylvia, humanity is currently at war with chaos. A single talented individual can save countless lives. I'm not saying that working in the mayor's office isn't important, but there is a position far better suited to your ability, Sylvia. Don't you think so? A faint sigh escaped Sylvia's lips. I appreciate the offer, but please direct any business proposals to the mayor's office. As if to firmly assert that she was, above all else, the mayor's secretary. Sylvia, having firmly declined the proposal, gave a brief nod and walked past Rosaria, descending from the rooftop. Why am I shot down rather coldly, wasn't I? There will be plenty of opportunities up ahead. Mayor, I'm here to deliver today's... What are you doing? Oh, Sylvia, I was trying to make lunch. You were? I put a dish in the oven and turned it on, and then things went a bit sideways. Sylvia's gaze drifted toward the oven. The dish she usually used for snacks had melted, and black smoke was drifting out of the oven. It was already impossible to tell what food she had made. Sylvia rubbed her temples with her fingers to suppress the rising headache. You shouldn't put that kind of dish in the oven. Oh, really? Let's get some ventilation in here, then clean it up together. Thank you. Honestly, I don't know what I'd do without you, Sylvia. Indeed. Oh, right, Sylvia. In the documents that came in recently, there was a proposal from the Astron Corporation about a collaboration with you. Did you look into it? Yes, I spoke with the CEO about it. Ready? So how did it go? She didn't seem like a bad person. Oh, I see. So she was a good person. So are you going to work with her? At the cautiously posed question, Sylvia shook her head firmly. No. Because someone else is a good person to me. Huh? More importantly, Miss Haida Marie, there is still smoke coming out. We should finish cleaning up first. Oh my. Watching Haida Marie bumble around in front of the oven, Sylvia shook her head as she opened the window. Honestly, you really can't live without me, can you? And that's that. Anyway, I think we're gonna call it quits for today. We've gone on for quite a while and I want to get some rest, so oh, whoops. I'll go back. So yeah, I'm gonna get some rest. Anyway, hope you guys enjoyed the stream. The story was pretty good. I kind of liked it. Anyway, hope you guys enjoyed. I might do a stream on the weekend because I gotta catch up on some gacha games. It's probably gonna be a Limits Company most likely because I gotta get that thing out of the way. So anyway, hope you guys enjoyed the stream. And let me claim this all first, and then I'll turn off the stream. So anyway, hope you guys enjoyed the stream, and I'll see you all. Yeah, I'll see you all sometime on the weekend probably if I have the time. Anyway, yep, I'll catch you later. Bye.